Hello, hello. Hey, Kevin. We have some big news, although no one's here yet, other than Kevin, and Kevin already knows the news. But I'm going to share it anyway because I don't really wait for this stuff in stream. I'm going to be featured on the Twitch front page on April 23rd. So I applied 3 times, once for February, once for March, and then once for April. And they say that they try to prioritize the people who didn't make it in previous times. So yeah, I guess that means that maybe it could have taken 4 times. Who knows? But either way, it's set up. That day, it's a Wednesday. That day, there are going to be a couple of things. One is we'll probably have launched the next demo, and I'm hoping that's April 18th, and the front page thing is on the 23rd. And on that day, we probably should show Skeleseller at every single point in the stream. So maybe I record a looping video or something. I'm not sure. But that way, no matter what, there's some like, oh, what's this guy doing, from the front page? Because a lot of people, for those who don't know, and I'll probably talk about this again, the front page has a carousel of channels at the top. And a lot of people aren't watching any of them, actually. They're just going to twitch.tv so that they can get to the pages that they're following. And then even the people who are watching it are probably not tuned into chat. So they're not going to see anything that's being typed there. So we got to appeal to people who are just passing through, basically. Hey, Zaphoid. Hey, David. Oh, what happened to my YouTube chat? Oh, what did happen to that? Hang on a second. Let me go get this. No one ever talks on YouTube anyway. But just in case somebody does. Anyway, and then I also got an email about being registered for Next Fest. This is not... I don't even know if a human's involved in this process, so I didn't expect this to be rejected. But it's still news. So, yeah. Front page on April 23rd. And we are going to be in Next Fest. I should really get what that date is. Next Fest, June is June 9th. Wait, really? Could have sworn it was later in the month. Man, that's actually not that far away. June 9th. Yeah, Twitch front page. Gonna be nice. Okay, I think we're gonna start with the quest changes, get those done, and then do PR reviews. So let's get to it. We started this on Monday, and I made almost no progress. Because I think I decided midway through that I wanted to just update something in the town here. So we delete cloning altogether. We could also have multiple sources for this. Yeah. Yeah, cloning. Yeah, okay. So where do I want this to be? In the town or in the tavern? Probably in the tavern. Gotta have the game in a good spot by then. Do you plan to have a kind of scripted day for front page, or are you just going to continue to be organic? I think we need to put some thought into what's going to happen that day, because the normal activity, at least, would be dev. And we could do scripted dev where it's a feature I've already worked on and it looks like I'm making progress super fast, but probably it makes more sense to change activities a bit. So I was thinking we could have something like I try speedrunning the game, or I do some design for some other thing, or I don't know, we just have a chat session for some amount of time. Those sorts of things. So I'm not totally sure yet what it'll be. I've got to plan that a bit more. Hey, Velazes. Yeah, so probably in the tavern is what I wrote here. Let's go take a look at this. Worker, create worker. So where is this called from? Start game makes one. The debug buttons make them. Loading from a save file makes them. And there's one other one, and it's the cloning ability. And it's anytime the level changes. That doesn't seem right. That definitely doesn't seem right. Oh, because then they get saved as entities. Oh my god. Did I ever mention cloning anywhere else? I probably need to delete references to cloning as well. Make sure there are no more references to cloning in comments or anything. The looping video is a good idea. Why is there a kappa there? Not a good idea. So yeah, the way that this worked, we only ever created workers for non-debug builds in 2 cases. One is you started the game, and 2 is you leveled up cloning. After that, the workers got saved as entities, so we didn't have to do anything. This means that the tavern can just create workers on its own, and they should autosave, such that we don't need to keep track of really anything. Although the tavern might already keep track of how many quests you've completed. Num quests done. Yeah, and I don't think we use this anywhere. I think this is solely... Well, we do use it in one place, but it's not like we surface it anywhere to the player. So what we could do here is we just do town.create worker. And that's it. That was a lot easier than I thought. Okay, so now we can delete this stuff and everything that goes along with it. Yeah. So let's just search the code base for cloning. We're going to delete the cloning ability. Oh, we had this happen before, right? We wanted to figure out how we deprecate an ability. I did this with one of the enumerations, and I don't remember what we did. I think we put like unused inside of it, or don't use, or deprecated. Oh God, I don't remember. I don't remember. Playing what? Nerds? Oh, it's a card game. Never heard of that. The group of Zoomers. I could not follow anything going on. Game is fast paced. Kids are quipping nonstop and not actually talking to each other. Multiplayer solitaire. I'm curious just from... It sounds like an oxymoron. How is there multiplayer solitaire? Are you like racing within your game to beat other people, I guess? All right, I don't remember how to deprecate an enumeration value. How do we deprecate an enumeration value? And I know we did this before, and I know Toulouse was chiming in on this. I just don't know where we did it. Actually, let's go to the source folder and let's search for enum. Yeah, unfortunately, we have so many of these things that... Where would I have done this? Oh, you know what we could do? We could do -C99999, and then we'll get the entire files, right? Yeah. Then we can search this for deprecate, use. No. I don't remember. I don't remember. I guess all I want to search for is public enum, though. Everyone can play on. Try to play out your hand before other people, so everyone's playing against everyone, and all the stacks are in the middle of the table. I see. Oh, I'm gonna find this. I know how we can do this. I just thought we set a precedent for this. And it's possible we didn't set a precedent for this. I guess these things are defined there too. Okay, fine. Let's keep scrolling down. I don't see anything. All right, well then we'll probably need to think about it from scratch. Yeah, none of these. Aha! This is temporary for checkpoint 4. Maybe that was it? I don't know. I didn't realize you used so many. Yeah, there are quite a lot. All right, well, I don't know. Here's what I'm thinking. We can't just delete this, because if we delete it, it's going to say that it, oh, we need to delete this thing too. Does this do anything special here? Relationship bounds, we're probably not using anymore. See if we're still using relationship bounds. Just for cloning. It's a special icon that Quickie Joe made. Yeah, I think it's the two skulls splitting. I don't think we use that anymore. Oh, that's too bad. I like the icon. We could still maybe show it in the tavern somewhere, but it would look like a skill. Everything here looks like it's fine. So yeah, I guess we can just delete this. Done. What else do we have? Some player abilities modify the number of entities. E.g. max customers, I guess, can create or remove customers. And then what's this? It's just an empty file. So I'm pretty sure this is going to fail as soon as we start up. It's going to say you haven't manifested an ability ID for everything, or maybe it won't. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it complained somewhere, though. It didn't complain at all. Huh. I don't know how that's possible. But yeah, I guess we just delete this then. Maybe I should write a thing somewhere about deprecating abilities. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. And actually did. Actually, wouldn't even go in there. Yeah. All right, I want to run .NET format after this. Run .NET format. All right, so relationship bounds, that's the next thing. Let's go take a look at that. Yeah, nothing's using that, unfortunately. Okay, so then let's make a new folder. Skeleseller, game assets. Yeah, let's make an unused folder. And put relationship bounds in there. Maybe says. Unexpected success. I think either way you need to root cause it. Okay, I do not like doing this because we have to move this to a different folder and it involves a lot of scrolling and dragging, but at least we only have one of these things. There it is. Okay, that wasn't so bad. All right, so now we delete this and we delete relationship bounds. We delete this and then we probably rename this as well to cloning.svg. I don't know if you can just rename an import file like that. Maybe you can. Maybe you can't. Did it work? It probably worked. Oh, we should probably call it cloning icon. Drat. Fine. Cloning. Okay, and that changed the import file, right? Yes. Cool. So get rid of the cloning perk from the UI. Make quests give you points. Update, I think it makes sense to do that. Okay, let's try this out now. Let's make sure this is working. Want to see how much you're using resources and how you set up your spawners? We're not explicitly using resources a whole lot. And the spawners, I think you might be talking about... Well, you could be talking about anything. Because I guess technically any entity you see in the game gets spawned in some way. So like in battles, how do we make projectiles? And I can show you how that works. Where is it? Where do we make a projectile? Here it is. So we just make a new projectile, add it to the battle, and then initialize it. And whenever we do this frequently enough, we typically have some sort of just static function that produces one of these things. Yeah. Okay, let's try this out. So we have one worker. We're going to make the tavern. We're going to ignore whatever it says on this quest board because when we complete the quest, it should just pop another worker out of the tavern. Now when I save and load, we should have 2 workers. Good. We're going to do the exact same thing. Pop another worker out of there. Now I save and load, and we should have 3 workers. And we just need to test this for every number up until infinity. So we test with 4 workers. I kid, of course. Yeah, that's working. Get rid of the tavern bonuses that exist for stats. Increase the max level of cloning. This isn't needed anymore. Let's just delete both of these things. Yeah, but the rest of this stuff should be pretty simple other than maybe this. I'm not sure. It all depends on how much of this we want to keep around. But for now, let's check in this for sure. And are we on the right branch here? Quest changes, yeah. How we know you can reach 27? Yeah, that's one of the mysteries of life. We're unfortunately not going to know that. Player cloning is deleted. We deleted the ability. We deleted the UID file. This no longer needs the abilities thing here. We don't have the ability in the perks board. We don't have the icon that we were using. Yeah, that's everything. Hey, Don Reaver. Okay, so remove cloning from the game. Completing a quest now grants another worker. This is saved. Well, I don't need to write how it's saved. We do still grant stats, but that's going to be changed in a later commit. Yeah, and that later commit is now. So get rid of tavern bonuses. We may want to keep this code around to some extent in case something else reintroduces this. Maybe temporary stat buffs are later added. Yeah, so we have some code called stat computations, and I think there's, reflect tavern bonuses. The way this works is we just modify the health component and stats component to increase the stats of these things. And that's basic enough to do. And we won't need this right now. But I wonder if we should save this somehow. Now, technically, it's saved in Git history. So what we could do is just make a README file and say, hey, if you ever want to do this again, look at this commit, which removed it. And yeah, I think that's reasonable enough. I wrote some big thing about how this stuff works. I don't know where that thing went. I might have only had it in a temporary note. Oh yeah, this run.net format to make sure it doesn't complain about missing enumeration number. Because something about market as flags. Market as flag. Oh my God, that's what it was, wasn't it? If we search for flags in the code base, there should be something in editor config. In fact, I could probably just go to editor config. This just isn't helpful. We won't always have contiguous enumerations if we delete values and we can't reuse it. That's it. That's what it is. That's what I was looking for. Okay, we should probably write a note about this. So then we won't have this as an issue. We should have a README file about this. We don't have anything that makes sense. So I'll just make a new one, I guess. All right, we'll call this deprecating enum values. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so I guess overview. Suppose you have an enum like this. Public enum. Well, we already did this here too. I didn't even notice. It went from 1 to 3. All right, well. CS. All right, we call this like ability to be deleted equals 2. And you want to delete this. Simply delete it. There's nothing else you have to do. Well, other than make sure you... Okay, this isn't really fair. Steps to delete this are remove that line from the enumerations definition. No need to change any other numbers in the file. And then make sure save files will load correctly. So in this case, if any entity got saved with a reference to that ability, we need some custom migration that will replace that value, which probably means you can't delete the ability to be deleted. You should instead rename it. Do something like ability to be deleted, deprecated. What was I going to say here? We haven't done this yet, so I haven't written explicit instructions for it. . Using scripts is less efficient, but I think those are actually constructing nodes now that I think it through. Yeah, I think one of the potential performance impacts that you can run into in any game is allocating a lot of new things while you're in your game loop. And something you should consider with that is pooling objects. So you have something like, 50 text objects and you just reuse them or something like that. But that all depends on how heavy it is to construct something in the game. Hey, Dabu. And then there's one other thing we need to do here. Actually, maybe that's it. Okay, you will not hit a .NET format. I guess I say you won't hit a linting error because our editor config turns off this. See the comment there for more details. Yeah. Okay, this should technically be checked in. Oh, let's just check it in on its own, I guess. Add instructions for deprecating a new value. Sure, cool, great. So let's move on. So I think the smartest thing to do here is that we just save a pointer to this code in a README file. Because I don't think anything's going to need this yet. And if it ever needs it again, then we should add it back in. Did you choose static enumeration values because you want to have concrete numbers for them, or is there just not a good dynamic enumeration option? There is a good dynamic enumeration option. This concrete numbers for them is so that we can have the same values in a save file every time. So if we load up our save file, there's a lot of things here like this. Entity type is 1. Ability type is 9 or 21. If we allowed the abilities to be dynamic, then inserting a new value somewhere could change what this 21 represents. So anywhere that we don't care about saving it, so for example, icons never get saved. So here we just allow it to use all the automatic values. And they're also kept alphabetical for that reason. But if we ever start saving icon IDs, we can't do that stuff anymore. But we'd have to be very careful about that, that's all. All right, so how do we save a reference to this particular code? We don't have the PR yet. We can save a reference to the commit. The commit would have to point to, what is that file? Stat computations? Yeah, so we can just get a canonical link to this. Why did that not work? There we go. All right, where do we write this down? I don't know, over here somewhere. Adding stats from the tavern. We might rename that. Okay, so as of today, we're changing the tavern so that instead of granting permanent stats to all adventurers, we grant more workers, which is what the cloning ability used to do. In case we want this code, in case we want the stat granting code in the future, I wanted to save some canonical links to the code. So this is stat computations, reflect tavern bonuses. Whoops. Oh my God. There we go. All right, so what does this do? We get an adventurer component so we can get its data so that we can figure out how much life, power, and fortitude it should have. Then we just modify the components directly. Would figure out the bonus life / power / fortitude. Technically we call it health. Health, power, and fortitude to apply to the existing health component and battle stats component. Then that was called every single time an adventurer is leveled up, but also every single time you completed a quest. Yeah. Reflect tavern bonuses would be called whenever an adventurer is leveled up, a new adventurer is created, or I guess an adventurer is hired, and when you complete, I guess a quest is completed. I think that's it. I think that's pretty basic. And I don't know if there was anything else we actually needed. And now I feel much more comfortable deleting this code. Let's just search one more time for this. Well, now it shows up in the text file, but level up adventurer, adding an adventurer, and completing a quest. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And that's all we're trying to do here, right? Oh, and they showed up in the adventurer UI as well. Okay, I guess also the tavern had some code around this, but that was all pretty basic. Maybe we save a reference to that too. Yeah, let's save a reference to that too. Might as well. It's very cheap to just add a link to something. Why is this giant thing at the top here? Oh, because the last time the tavern was modified. All right, what's it called? Life increase? Yeah. Maybe I'll just say look through this file. Yeah. Tavern.cs would store life increase and power increase. Wait, what did it mean to recalculate fortitude? We didn't actually do anything with fortitude, right? No, yeah, we just didn't. We just took it from the adventure. That's fine. With sort of life increase and power increase, we just never modified fortitude and used them in straightforward ways. Yeah, that's it. Okay. All right, time to get delete happy over here. Oop. All right. Now we don't need to do this. Interesting. This stuff's gonna have to change too. Level up adventurer. I like deleting code when you make something cleaner. I don't really like deleting code because you changed requirements. So in this case, this code is working perfectly. It does exactly what we wanted to do, but we just have no need for it anymore because we're not having power and life bonuses in a game like this anymore. So this I always find a little bit sad because you're deleting a good friend. All right, level up adventure. We got to write this in adventure progression. Stop writing level up when you beat the boss. Every X levels grant a skill point. Yeah, so this will require changing whatever this function is called. Stat computations dot level up adventure. Stat computations level up. All right, this now takes in some things that we don't need and don't even exist. Tavern, power, and life increase. These also aren't needed. It'll live on in their memories. The thing about Git history, I always think, oh, well, at least it's stored in Git history forever. But every once in a while, and I've worked at jobs like this before, you move to a different source control or to a different repo altogether and you lose all of that history. So then there's just some like epic, a date and time where, or a point in time where that's it. Just the history didn't matter anymore. And you'll never know what mysteries are behind this code. Tavern life increase and power increase. This doesn't even exist. Why would I put this here? Yeah, there are some other issues here too. So this goes away. Level up adventure doesn't need to take those arguments anymore. We don't need this. Why does level up exist in two different places? What is this? Oh, is one of these a fake function that only debug things can call? Oh, that's kind of a hack. It's kind of a hack. In fact, why do we do that? Why don't we just call update available skill points? I think we can just call update available skill points. Well, we can keep the same comment, I guess, but level up adventurers then shouldn't be needed from there. All right, so what else do we do? This is the simulator. That doesn't matter. This is a debug function. That doesn't matter. This is the simulator. So yeah, this is just a debug function. We should write that here. This, in fact, no. We shouldn't write this here. We should just call it debug level up adventurers. Because this will never have a need to exist anymore. Except for debug reasons. It should go without saying. Okay, cool. Yeah, so now any other issues? This one. This is on quest completed. Quest completed isn't going to do anything now. But it will call into this, which might not have a reason to exist. What does this do? What does this do? Update selected character? We technically don't need to do that anymore. Huh. So I guess we can just delete this. On complete quest. Because quests aren't going to do that anymore. Yeah. Completed quest. So there was an event, and possibly we want to... Oh, man. Possibly we're going to want this back at some point. Let's say we wanted to add a tip saying like, hey, you know, you don't have any workers. You can get some workers. I guess let's do that based on an actual demand and not based on me thinking that we want that. Yeah. So now even the tavern having an on quest complete isn't really needed, is it? Because nothing listens for this. The menu does? Okay, fine. That's kind of funny. So then I guess this is still used. Sure. Yeah, sure. I don't think it matters too much. All right, have we done it? Have we gotten rid of everything? Oh, these are the notes that I had. They were just, yeah, they were in the wrong issue. Currently persists health component and battle stats component, which includes the tavern bonuses. I think the best thing to do is add stat bonuses component. Yeah, I want this to be in here somewhere. Some details. Okay, we would persist health component and battle stats component, which include the tavern bonuses thanks to reflect tavern bonuses. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. So this is done. Now this thing about them showing in the adventurer UI. Adventurer. We had some like, yeah, quest bonus. This doesn't exist anymore. Actually, the point where these don't even need tooltips, do they? Yeah, we technically don't need this. But let's save a reference to this too. What's it called? Adventurer panel tab. This one. Life bonus, life increase. What's it called? Life increase? Yeah, here it is. Okay, I'll save this over here. We would show the... We would break down total health and power by into base stat and quest bonus in, what is this? Set stat tooltips. Set stat tooltips. And that's in adventurers panel, like that. It did say that, right? Base, stat, quest bones. Yeah. Very good. Now let's go delete that. So none of this needs to print out here. Goodbye. Goodbye, code. Which means we also don't need any of this stuff. We do need the fortitude amount that you have. But yeah, I guess nothing else. All right, I'm guessing only one thing called this. Yeah. Any unused variables up here now? What do we have? The level in ADV component. Where is that? That's still being used. Okay, that's fine. And then adventurer data, which is still being used. Yeah, so we can just delete this stuff. All right, let's go try it out. And then all the quest text needs to change. I haven't modified this yet because it still says stuff like your potion shopkeeper. Oh, actually, we need to revamp even probably the quest text here. I had some good ones, although most people didn't read any of these. Anyway, let's accept the quest and complete it. And now inside the adventurers panel, none of these things should be any different, right? Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, we're done with that, I guess. Yeah, looks good. This I'm not certain is actually working correctly, but it probably is. Oh, how did this work? We don't level up adventures anymore, right? Okay, so here's how we have to test this. We upgrade the portal, we start a battle, we win. We should see this turn green. It does. And now we put a skill point in. So I put one there. Now this is... Oh, this is still green. Uh-oh. Why is that green? You have one adventurer with an unspent skill point. That's not even true. Unless something's broken about this. Can I put another point in? Uh-oh. Okay, well, we got to write that down. Bug the adventurers button turns green even when you've spent your skill point on the rogue. Unspent skill point. This is update skills button. Let's just put a breakpoint here. And then click this. Or what do we have to do? Well, nothing's changing this. What's supposed to call this thing? Updated available skill points. It's done from here. Update available skill points. That's the only place it's done from. And that's when you add an adventure. Shouldn't this be done every time you modified available skill points? Is this not being hit? If delta is less than 0? What's going on? What's calling this? Set up skill tree, modified available skill points. Where'd that go? Oh my God, this goes like way, way back here. We're passing this through a million different things. Grant skills button calls it. And modify ability level should call it. Is this doing anything? Yes. Okay, so we got to hunt down wherever this is going. Well, that's fun. So this calls into this thing. Calls throw if null, actually. I wonder if that's a problem. Let's take a look. It shouldn't be. It is? Are you kidding me? Wait a second, what? Did that actually throw? I didn't see an exception printout. We can just hover over this and see. No, it's not null. That was weird. I don't know why. Huh, weird. All right, well, then we call into this. Modified available skill points. Where's that go? That calls into here, which invokes this one. Which calls into here. Which didn't actually break in. What is happening right now? What is happening right now? Something's amiss. Maybe something isn't constructed at the time that we tried doing this. But then, no, that would cause a different error. Hang on. This is peculiar. We get down to here. That's what I want, right? Yes. And that gets invoked. And then this one calls into this. I don't think we're calling UI setup skill tree. Oh. Yeah, no, we're not. No wonder. Okay. All right, I wonder what we used to call this. Why is this taking so long to load? There we go. UI.cs. Go to the history of this. Go to here. Go find UI. There it is. View file. Search for this thing. Doesn't exist? Oh, this is the wrong file. It's UI.cs, not UI.tscn. There it is. Come on, GitHub, you can do it. Oh, it wasn't called even here. What? How long has this been a problem for? Apparently March 17th. Was it in the slime perks? We're going to get to the bottom of this. Just got to find UI.cs in here. There it is. View file. Well, would you look at that? As soon as we moved to this thing, we just never called this anymore. All right, well, let's look at the diff. Where did this used to be? It wasn't in UI, because UI was brand new as of this commit. Yeah. So it must have been somewhere else in here. This is where I'm hoping this search can tell us. It can't. There's only the one. So it must have been a new function. Can we just do this from a init? Must have been in town. And I guess it was called something different. Set up skill tree. Set up. I don't see anything about skill trees in here. Oh, this is the new file though. We need the old file. How do you... I guess this will potentially work. There it is, set up skill tree. And yeah, this is done in a init. So it just needs to be in the right order and we should be good. Well, let's just throw it in here. And if it works, it works. Had to sneeze again. Set up skill tree. Okay, as mentioned, this may fail. Also, technically, this should be its own commit. I thought this was a problem I might have just introduced, but I introduced it a while ago and then never noticed. All right, so does this work? Do we have this thing here? Yes. So then everything should just be fine now. So now we can get rid of every other breakpoint that we had. Remove all breakpoints. Hit the play button. And then do the thing we wanted to do. Yeah, so this turns green at the upper left. And now we actually put points in a skill and turns white. Good. Now I want to test the thing I was originally testing here, which is that we win this. This thing turns green again, turns white. Now when we hire a new adventurer, this should turn green again. And if it does, then this is working. It doesn't. Oh, you don't have skill points. What? What? Why don't you have skill points? I didn't already change this, did I? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, maybe that's what Level Up Adventurers is for. Maybe it also gave them skill points. I'm actually not positive about that. I gotta look into that. What did we change? Level Up Adventurers. What else did this do? Did this do anything with skill points? Level is set to. Oh, they never got leveled up. Ah, so you're level 1, aren't you? But you're level 2. Yeah. Okay, so we can't just delete this. This is not a debug function. Funny. Just funny. Well, it's going to get deleted eventually anyway, but I guess we shouldn't do it right now. Yeah, Level Up Adventurers. Okay, okay, let's go fix it. So this update available skill points. This should have been Level Up Adventurers, which is now debug, which we're going to make not debug. Yeah. Hang on one sec. Okay, sorry. Okay, so then I think we're good on everything except that I want to check in just that one line of UI right here. Yeah, this is fix bug with adventurers button. It wasn't being highlighted green or white correctly because we never called set up skill tree. Good. And now everything else should be good. Yeah, so all we did is change a comment there. Not bad. Not bad for all of this stuff. There's a line that we deleted. I don't wanna just randomly delete a line from there. Okay, that's good. Let's try it. All right, so how do we test that same thing? We go battle, beat this, spend our skill point, and then hire an adventurer and the button should turn green. Yeah, it did. Now we spend that skill point, which we don't have money for, and then it turns white. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And we don't have the concept of raising health or power. This is 150 and 14. When we complete the quest, still 150 and 14. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so remove stat bonuses from doing quests. I documented how we would get this back if we ever wanted it, since we'll probably forget where this is on at. It's fine. And note that quest text still hasn't been updated and looks like it should give stat bonuses. Cool. Cool. This is going great. Change text on accepting a quest or finishing a quest. Cap the number of quests you can do. Cap the number of quests you can do to however many workers we want you to have. Yeah, so change the text. Man, I like the text that I had. Okay, before we were just giving you stat bonuses. So technically any object in the world could give you those stat bonuses, right? A pie could give you health, and a glowing crystal could give you power, and a vial of power and whatever else. So great, whatever, those make sense. But now what we're doing is you're hiring workers. And presumably they have a backstory for how they died. Why do they want items though? Why do they want items? The other workers are skeletons. Yeah, so we've changed things a bit. The old tavern was like, bring me X items and I'll give you Y. And Y always gave plus health and plus power. So it was a way of improving your stats. The new tavern is bring me X items. I don't know why. And I'll give you another worker. Or like, and I'm the worker who will join your town. I don't know, something along those lines. So every time you complete a quest, you get a worker. The new workers that you get will have a different graphic, which we just haven't applied yet. We have, where is it? Yeah, we have main worker and we have they're both right here. So the main worker has the cape and any extra workers have no cape. Naked skeletons. So the big question here is really just a story or a lore question, which is like, how do we frame the tavern such that it makes sense that you're bringing items and getting workers? Tavern owner is a necromancer and keeps resurrecting dead adventurers. Well, it wouldn't be resurrecting because they're dead. They're skeletons, but they could be a necromancer, and it could be that they just know other dead adventurers. But then it's not really a tavern, is it? And like, I guess you're bringing items. It's a good start. It could be that there's a necromancer and they're putting you in touch. It's like an undead guild. But then how is this a tavern? Should we theme it as a necromancer? Also, doesn't a necromancer technically bring back the dead? The practice of magic involving communication with the dead by summoning their spirits as apparitions or visions for the purpose of divination. A skelemancer. I guess one of the questions is, how did you come back? You also died. And then started walking around as a skeleton. Maybe we could theme it as the tavern is where necromancers or skelemomancers go to relax, and they know of skeletons for hire. You're not... Yeah, maybe... Okay, that's one way. The other way we could do it is by playing this up, where the skeletons are at your tavern and you need to convince them to join you. Hey, Scott, I've been taking fewer breaks lately, so it'll happen eventually, but just not yet. Okay, so what if the skeletons are just hanging out at your tavern anyway, and you're bringing them items for them to work for you? Hey, Goose. Goose, did you change your name color? Something seems off about blue. That's why you stand out. Yeah, that could be it. So does this make sense though? Like, bring me 9 potions and I'll work for you forever? Because I don't think this makes sense. And then the backstories are just going to be like, here is a lazy bum skeleton. and they wanted a tiny number of items. And they can't adventure forth themselves. Oh, maybe... Okay. I have an idea. Maybe the skeletons wanted to do these quests while they were alive. and promised to finish them, but can't now because they're dead. That could work. this would be this would be a little bit of a stretch. But yeah, pretty much you were an adventurer, right? And you died, and then you started a town. But these other adventurers were on a quest for whatever they promised, right? Oh, I'm gonna bring swords to the kingdom and turn the tide of war. But then they died, and they still promised these swords. It's like that part of Lord of the Rings where they get the undead army on their side. I didn't know names had a consistent color. You might have a random name color then, and then it's just picking blue, and I happened to notice today. Or it could have always been blue. Either one of those is entirely possible. Okay, I kind of like this idea. So basically the tavern is going to be a place where you help other skeletons fulfill quests they promised when they were living. Yeah. 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 Okay. Okay, so then let's go change the tavern signpost. So this is lets you complete other skeletons' quests to be able to hire them. In exchange for their services. Yeah. We might need to clarify what this means because it's probably not obvious. Like they will join your town as worker. Maybe we could just say that they will join your town as workers. So lets you complete other skeletons' quests in exchange for their services. They'll join your town as workers. Yeah, and maybe we just contract that. Okay, that's good. So now the quest data. So how do we say this? What shows up right now in the game? So we would put quest here, a quest that says something like, let me think about this. This would be like some low-level adventurer that promised 9 potions. Oh, also the concept of reward points would go away, I guess. Yeah, we probably delete that. Delete the concept of reward points. So let's just make something up here. We'll say like Matt, a low-level skeleton, promised some potions for a party. Yeah. I mean, we might as well keep the same text. None of this matters. We can always change this in the future. If you help them find these potions, they will join your workforce. Maybe we need a little bit more flavor text there to say like their duty will be fulfilled, something like that. No, maybe we should talk about how they died. But then they died after getting swarmed by goblins. If you help them find these potions, they will join your workforce. Maybe I should say if you help. Yeah. Maybe something like this. How's that? Okay, is this believable? Not the specific story, but just the general idea of this tavern is there for you to get other skeletons who also happen to die but aren't as enterprising as you are. No, maybe we shouldn't say they're a low-level skeleton. Maybe we should say they were a certain class. No, but then you might think the class matters. Maybe it's like X Bard, something like that. Hey, Noob, welcome back. It seems like just 2 days ago you were sharing the 46-month resub. Thank you, though. I draw the line of them going to parties. No, it was while they were alive. Like the whole point is when we're talking about Matt here, they were a person. But now they're dead. And they still promise to bring the potions to the party. They're not going to actually party. And the ex-bard makes it probably sound like they used to be a bard as a profession and then stopped, but they died. So maybe I should say like Matt, a formerly lively bard. Okay, this is now much more believable. All right, then they died after getting swarmed by goblins. Oh no, how about this? How about they were ambushed by goblins on their way there and died. Yeah. Now we're talking. That's the full story. Okay. So now we need to do this with all of them, I think. So we're basically just telling the story of how a bunch of people died. That's what the quest system is. And it's great. Started my own IT side gig, posted in the local Facebook groups. Can't seem to get any traction. I wish there were easier ways to get traction. I think you should try to find out where people are looking for this stuff, because clearly it's not in local Facebook groups. It might be through a more professional site, and it might be that you have to go reach out to businesses yourself. I think it's definitely worth doing some research on that. So for example, you're probably not going to be doing IT stuff for a tech company, right? Because they probably have their own IT departments. But maybe you go to a local restaurant owner and they need to put a website up for it that has their menu or an ordering thing. Maybe you go to a local doctor's office and again, they don't have the sort of tech savviness to put something up themselves. And then you just ask them like, where would you even search for this stuff? Do you need anything? I'm just saying to do this to get some insight into even how people want to find this stuff. Because, yeah. Be reinvigorated and they'll join your workforce. Well, wait. So, okay. Just to be clear, because this makes sense in my head and maybe I didn't make it clear here. You're basically like a wandering soul. And until you get these potions, you can't kind of do anything. But you're not an adventurer anymore. So you can't get the potions because for whatever reason, we've said that adventurers, when they die, can't adventure anymore. So yeah, so we're basically telling the story of lots of deaths here. So we need to come up with other funny quest backgrounds, which are basically stories about how people died, which I love the idea of. I think this is great. So it doesn't make sense for them to be kids probably because now they're going to be dead. So what should we say here? This needed potions and cloaks. I'm not going to come up with all these on stream. We're just going to come up with a couple of these. And then I'll probably just say like fill in the rest of this some other time. In fact, I might do that tomorrow. I'll write this down. Thursday, fill in the quest text. All right, let's get one other one. What else do we have here? Kind of like this one. The Tovin, a dragon slayer and part-time accountant. Needed to stock up. Needed to replenish item stores in his town. He died doing one of his jobs, but you're not sure which. Yeah. If you help him, he will join your workforce. All right, let's just see if that looks decent in the game. And I'll come up with all the proper text later, because these are just strings we have to populate. Backstory must contain a 0 for the reward effect. Not anymore. All right, so validate backstory is not a thing. Yeah, there's no validate quest. What called validate quest? This is probably going to break. Yeah, let's just comment all these other ones out. There is no final backstory here. We got to delete that concept too. We have a lot of stuff to delete here. This is going very smoothly though. All right, so what does it say? Matt, a formerly lively bard, promised to bring some potions to a party, but they were ambushed by goblins on their way there and died. If you help them find these potions, they will join your workforce. Yeah, I think we just need a little bit of formatting for this. Formerly lively bard promised to bring some potions to a party. And then, period. They were ambushed by goblins on their way there and died. And then /n/n. Yeah, and maybe the same thing here. Yeah, let's try that. They were ambushed by goblins on their way there and died. Find these potions will join your workforce. Items needed, small blue potions. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we do that. Now the quest complete text needs to change. This is done. Make sure the quest complete notification changes. Yeah, we don't technically need the interpolation, but I don't mind keeping that in there just in case we add it in the future. Made a pretty nice business card design. I'm just waiting on them to come in the mail, so I have stuff to hand out. I'm trying to figure out how to get traction in my area. There isn't that much stuff to do. A couple mom and pop operations run by people who've been doing it for 40 years. Yeah, I guess depending on what kind of IT stuff you want to do, it doesn't even need to be local. You could technically go, I don't know, in the broader region or just kind of anywhere in the country. Did we do this already? Tovin, a dragon slayer and part-time accountant, needed to replenish items, stores, and stuff. So this all needs to be past tense, right? Yeah, promised, needed. Because these people are dead. He died doing one of his jobs. You're not sure which. If you help him, he will join your workforce. Yeah, okay. I like this. I like this a lot. So now what happens on the final quest? Arthur the zombie wants some items for their own town. How did this format this? We got to see how the backstory is used. Make sure the backstory doesn't automatically go through a string dot format. Trying to start out my local area. Yeah. And I mean, if you get traction there, then I think that's great. And if you don't get traction there, I'd say to expand. That's all. Okay, so we'll need to clean up the rest of these. Like I said, I'm not going to do that now. We do need to gate this a little bit. You can't even get the tavern until... Oh, when can you get the tavern? I don't remember when you can get it. Signs tavern. Show tavern sign. What calls you? After beating the first boss. After beating the first boss. So you can get cloaks then too. Ooh. How many workers do we want you to have before beating the dragon? Because by doing this, you'd end up with 2. Your next one would end you up with 3. We could have it take boots. Let me click this, grant most things. Boots come from here. You know what? Fine. Let's have it take boots. And then what else? Cloaks? And then up the amount of... Up the cost of this thing to like 130. And maybe even up the cost of this to like 40. I'm not sure. Hey, who cares? Dark lore in the game. Well, like humorously dark. I don't think it's super dark. All right, cool. Let's go finish the rest of this stuff now. So change text on accepting a quest or finishing a quest. So finishing a quest we haven't done yet. Quest completed prints out. Yeah, and instead of your adventurers gained this much of whatever, we should probably say... Maybe we should remember the name of the person who is going to join your workforce and say that they joined your workforce now. For now, what we could do is we could just say another worker has, or another skeleton has joined your workforce. Yeah, there. All right, so that's done. Okay, now the backstory stuff and the life increase stuff, this stuff should all be deleted. We don't need to save this in tavern save data. Anything else? Debug set quest reward points. This is only used for the balance simulator. We don't need this anymore. I guess we delete that. And this. And then anything this called. Actually, set power levels isn't really an interesting function yet to have anymore, is it? Because all it's doing is leveling up adventurers. Sets up adventurer power levels for battle simulations. This is not queued. I like that comment. I think it's worth keeping that. I think we just change the caller so that all it does is pass in the level. That's fine. What next? So now that doesn't need to be done. On quest completed also doesn't really need to be done, because all that would do is change the color of a button. So we'll delete that. Life and power. This came from life per quest reward point. I don't think we need that. The reward points of the quest itself shouldn't even exist. Man, I'm sneezing a lot today. So we don't pass this in. We don't need this. Oh, there's a lot that's changing. Okay, what else? What else? What else? What else? This. We generated a quest. Now we don't even need that. Oh man, do I have allergies? Not as far as I know. Might just be all this dust that's coming off of this code. Lucky. This is pretty lucky, I agree. Allergies don't sound fun. It's nature trying to kill you in one more way. All right, reward points. Quest data. The relative amount of stat points to give. One is the lowest. This is a multiplier of that stuff. No longer. So we delete that. Anything else? This one. Display greeting box. Reward effect. This did our string format stuff, which we don't need anymore. Yeah, we don't format the backstory. We just say that it's the backstory. Good. Okay. All right, so reward points are gone. Now we delete this and this. And then presumably this is the final backstory. We gotta delete this concept too. Can we run the game now at least? No, there's another bug down here. I didn't look at that. Reward side isn't needed. Alright, that should do it. Sucks to not be able to eat bananas or something. I think if it's one food, it's typically not that bad, depending on where you live. Because I think that there are a lot of substitutes now. Like, let's say you're lactose intolerant to the point where you just truly can't eat any lactose. It's like there are a lot of products that just didn't exist 10, 15 years ago. Like dairy-free milks, cheeses, probably dairy-free butter. But yeah, if you had an allergy like 30 years ago or something, it's probably pretty bad. Yeah, okay, so this ran. We need to change the final bit here. So delete the concept of reward points, cap the number of quests you can do to however many workers we want you to have. This is just going to be whenever you run out of quests. So there is no final backstory. We just delete this. And the generate next quest data just stops at some point. Depending on the allergy, you need to be very careful with cross-contamination. Yeah, I mean, especially if it's fatal, for sure. But I just mean if you're like mildly allergic to something, of all the times in the world to be mildly allergic to something, now's the time. Now's the time when you have lots of choices and substitutes and just options. I'm a little bit torn on this. Should we limit how many workers you can get? We can have an effective limit. We say it takes whatever 5,000 gold to get the next worker. And then the next one could be 15,000 and then 50,000 and so on and so forth, such that you could still get these. You're just probably going to give up at some point. There are a couple things this could do that are bad. One is it could imply to you that by having a number this high that you're doing something wrong in the game if this seems astoundingly high to you. Such that you're like, oh, 50,000, I'll just wait. I must be able to get this later in the game. But no, there is no later in the game. It's just, we just gave you kind of an infinite task for no reason. But also there are going to be some limits to how many workers you really need. So I think we do just cap these. Yeah, fine. I think we just cap them. Hey, tea time. Work in a food factory. If we bring peanut butter to work, we can get in a lot of trouble if we're caught. It's pretty important stuff. Oh man, yeah. I didn't even think about that. That the people working at these places can't necessarily consume what they want to consume in case they contaminate anything. I know there are those notifications on products that say things like processed in a facility that also processes nuts. But I always took it to mean that some part of the factory itself is doing that and not necessarily the workers. It really does suck. I mean, it's just for your lunches that you have at work, right? It's giving you kind of a taste of what it's like to have that allergy, which in a roundabout way is kind of like giving you empathy for the people who can't consume that stuff and are consuming the food from your factory. Yeah, so we're going to delete the final backstory thing. So this is not going to work the way that it did. We're only ever going to fetch the data from here. And if that doesn't exist, then we tell you some special message like there are no more skeletons. Everyone out adventuring is still alive. It's kind of hilarious, actually. This is done. There are no more skeletons. Everyone who was out adventuring is still alive. Anything but water outside the break room, it's a no-no as well. Yeah. I mean, look, these are pretty reasonable things. It's like if you work as a surgeon, you have to wear gloves. If you're like, well, I don't like gloves, well, then you're probably in the wrong profession. I guess same thing as working in a food factory. So where is this called? There was always a way to get a new quest, and now there won't be. It's supposed to hint that you're just collecting items for a mirror of Skeleseller. Generate next quest data. Generate objectives. This may not work though. And only the tavern calls this? Yeah. So the tavern can just not call it when it knows how many quests have been completed. And it should be able to fetch this stuff. Yeah, I can. Okay, so this is not a generate anymore. This is just a return data based on the number of quests that have been completed. And if it can't do that, then that's too bad. You shouldn't call this function, I guess. Hey, Sinistello, did you know you can sub for free with Twitch Prime? Hi, Adam in chat. I'm here. Welcome in. So we don't even need a seen items tracker here. Wow. Yeah, wow. In fact, I don't even know if that needs to be public anymore. Seen items tracker. Is this ever used outside of this class? Yes, it is. Okay, that's fine. Next quest to be offered. So if it's not set it to something so that it'll always generate the same items. This might not work anymore. This is potentially nullable, right? Yeah. Hey, Teddy Bear. Thank you. You know, I just did something. Actually, I probably shouldn't share this until I know that I can share it. So never mind. Ignore the story I was about to tell. let me write myself a note. Ask if I can share the story of what I did on Tuesday. Yeah. Not violate anyone's privacy here. Okay, so this function goes away. Generate next quest data. Yeah. And then this can potentially fail here. Yeah. So we just shouldn't call this if it's outside of the range of this. So how do we do this? We say if the number of quests done is less than quest data. We can't get data. Oh, all quest data. It's not quest data. All quest data length. Hang on, this needs to be -1. So if you've done one quest and there was only one quest, why is my brain short-circuiting here? Shouldn't we just be able to say this? I don't know. We'll just try it. So in this case, we do this stuff. Here we can say string text, do this, set that. Great. Otherwise, we say text equals no more quests. I'll fill this in, obviously. That's not going to just say no more quests to make this a proper message. But let's go try this out. Whoops, what just happened there? Okay, cool. Or return null. Yeah, we could do that. We could just have the generate quest thing return null in that case. Either one's fine. Okay, so we have quest number 1. We click this, we right click this, and now it says quest completed. Another skeleton has joined your workforce. Click this again, we auto complete it. And now when we click it again, it should say, yeah, no more quest. Now this should not say accept quest here. And I wonder what happens if you do click this. Probably broke something. Oh man, there's no way to do this. Is there? Tavern board new quest. We need a different dialogue data. We need like tavern board no more quests. This doesn't need to be set through code now. This can just say no more quests to do update this text. And it doesn't have an accept. What's the other option? Dismiss. That's fine. This does say dismiss, right? No, that's accept. Where's... Oh, we don't need the extra option. Yeah, just delete this, I guess. Quest, character portrait. There's nothing corresponding to options. I guess we need an empty array for this. Okay. So that's what we want to put in here. And we can't necessarily do this. How fun. Yeah, how fun. So how about we just make two different functions here? We say, if you still have quests you can do, then try show new quest dialog box. Otherwise, display no more quest dialog box. Sounds great. Now, private void try show whatever. That's where, let's just copy paste all of this. And then delete this. That looks good. And then we need this one. So now all of that code can go away, right? So move all that down there. All right, so this is just tavern, no more quests. We don't have any customization to do. But we do have to keep track of this thing being open. Well, I'm not totally sure why. Why do we keep track of this? Wait, for no reason? I think this is... Yeah, this is never checked. It's just set to true or false repeatedly. Huh. And it was never checked to begin with? Hello, search box. Wow, it wasn't. Okay, then we can delete this. That's going to simplify quite a lot. Yeah, because now we don't need this anymore. Did we used to do something else in this function? Like, why is this way? Is dialog box open? No, we didn't. Wow. Okay, well, that must be a vestige of something even older than this. So we delete this. We delete this. And then we fix up all the places there are errors now. Yeah, wow. So we can just call set dialog. We don't even need to check this. We don't need this either. Close dialog box. Oh, wait. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Close dialog box. I don't get it. Nothing called this? Huh. Nothing called this. Funny. Yeah, very funny. Well, that cleaned up a lot, sort of inadvertently. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, so first quest is the same. We click this, it does the same thing. We click this, and now here it says no more quest to do update this text. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Wow. Great. Okay, so the final bit when it says to do update this text, I kind of want to say something here like this. There are no more skeletons hanging out at the tavern. Everyone who is out adventuring must still be alive. I want to put like a kappa here. Didn't clean up when making that. Yeah. Well, it's gone now. And it makes the code a lot cleaner. Hanging out at your tavern. Everyone who is out adventuring must still be alive. Yeah, I like this a lot. Flavorful. And that's it. I think that's a whole feature, right? We're done with that. We're done with that. Yeah. Well, well, well. Now, if I'm not mistaken, cloning used to be able to get to level 3. Is that right? 0, 1, 2. Okay, 3 clones, which would mean 4 workers. Is that correct? That has to be correct. Yeah. You used to be able to get 4 workers. And right now, I've capped it at 3, although not for any intentional reason. I just haven't balanced this yet. This is... Yeah, that's technically fine. All right, so now we delete all of this stuff. And then just check this in. Ooh, we're doing great. Yeah, gonna see a lot of red in this commit. Yeah. I gotta remember the null check. Yeah, here, I want to take a look at that in a sec. That's in tavern. We'll come back to that. Stuff is all good. Also, technically, the things joining your workforce don't need to just be skeletons. There could be zombies or vampires or something. Well, probably not zombies or vampires. I don't know. It can't be anything that's scary enough to be able to battle. I feel like a vampire could probably do battle. And I know that most games have skeletons doing battle, but we've said that that's not a thing in our game. And we do have zombies doing battle. So, yeah, maybe they could be other things, like plant monsters or something. That sounds good. Okay, cool. So I just want to look at tavern. Killing it. Killing all the townsfolk. Resurrecting their bodies. Using them for labor. Where is the null check? To be honest, I think I kind of like how this is working right now. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, let's check it in. What do I even write? What do we do here? Clean up or like finish revamping quests. Got rid of reward points. Got rid of infinite quests. What else do we do? Changed backstories to talk about death. I should put a little skull emoji there. What else do we do? That's pretty much it. I think it's just cleaned up some quest text. Yeah. Yep, that's it. Cleaned up quest text. All right, that's the feature. Let's publish this and let's check it in. Revamp quests. This is where the issue go. I closed it. Quest. This 847. Fixes 847. Quests now give you more workers instead of giving all of your adventurers more health and power. Okay, let's look through this really fast. Yeah, the cloning icon had to be moved. So we don't have that skill anymore. Added a README file, added on the README file. Got rid of the cloning ability. Yep, all this looks pretty good. I mean, really, all this took place today, so I'd be pretty surprised if I saw something that was erroneous in here. Because it's been, what, less than 2 hours? And we tested everything. I'm skimming through pretty quickly, but yeah, I think everything's fine. Get rid of that. Oh, something I don't think I took a look at is what does the town perks board look like now? Because now there's one icon missing. Yeah, so now it fits in a pleasing 3x3 grid. Very pleasing. And we're going to eventually delete these things too. It kind of makes me think we're going to need to have more town perks. Like we need more ideas. And I don't have the ideas yet. But we do have upgrades to this building, including, and I will show this off every time I possibly can, this cool skeleton flag here. If I just turn this off, you can actually see it. That's the Town Hall level 2, and then Town Hall level 3 looks like this. So it makes sense that you could get to the point where you're upgrading your perks in there too. As in, you're getting more perk choices. All right, let's go merge that branch. Done and done. So this should close itself. Good. And we can switch back to main. Neat. All right, so now we're on to PR reviews. Close all this stuff. All right. We have quite a lot of PRs to look through. Move perk trees to the tab container. I think we reviewed this almost entirely, but there was one tiny issue. Yeah. Whoa. Is this because of rebasing? Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so let's go try this out. 845, GHPR checkout, 845. And run this. Oh, wait, no, that didn't work. I don't have all the changes. That's why you should read the output of this, right? My bad. Git reset hard Kevin /I/802/ versus tabs. Okay, now we don't have a problem there. Reload that stuff. Can we close these things? No, we can't. And now we can. Okay, so when I unlock this and press P, it now switches to the town perks, yeah. All right, that was the main change that we had from before. I should probably review the code. I don't know if I've done this already. I apparently did mark a few of these as viewed. Oh, in fact, I marked a lot of them as viewed. So then I probably did look at this. Toggle perks button, that sounds good. Let's search for town perks and just see how many places this exists. Yeah. This is fine. This is out of date. Okay, well, I'll write that down for later. Clean up. The comment above this needs to be changed. Any other things, though, that stand out? No, that's it. Okay, I think that's good. Let's keep going. This gets a tooltip passed in. Farming perks. Init. What does the parent do with this? Tooltip must be overridden. So that means that we use it here. Yeah, we use it here. Tooltip. Just set it for this. So when we make this, where do we... I guess I need to find out where we called this thing. Tab in. Ah, the panel has its own tooltip. Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. Looks good. Looks good. Perks panel. Player ability change level. Only open the panel if you're able to select the tab. Sounds good. What is this code? Tab is not tab ID, tab ID. We set visible to true? Shouldn't it be false? Can you comment outside of diff lines? You can, but you apparently can't comment in a file that wasn't modified at all. So like I can put a plus sign here, for example. But if there's a file that wasn't as part of this and it needed to be changed, then yeah. By the way, me writing this comment about needing to update this is something I don't mind just doing on my own. Like I don't want to change the PR necessarily. I don't want to make Kevin do this. Just opening the panel with the last selected tab. Oh, I see. I wonder if we should have a comment for that. Oh, I guess we technically, it would just be at the function level here. I think it's fine. Okay, there we go. That's all good. Perks panel tab. This can't all be new. Pretty sure I've seen this before. Ooh, cool. Yeah. Town menu. There's an owner called Town Perks. Oh, interesting. Oh man. There's no defined order. You could technically beat the entire game and never unlock any of these things, right? No, maybe that's not true. Maybe you need at least the farm. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if you could ever beat the game. Probably not. Because if you didn't have the farm, you couldn't level up. And I think it'll be impossible to beat the game without that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There's no defined order between these buildings, so we need to keep that stuff there. We should probably eventually consolidate it into one. And I know Kevin talked about this, and it wouldn't be in this PR, and that's all fine with me. So yeah, that stuff looks reasonable. This is the overlay visibility controller, which is now not controlling very much. That is fine, though. Yeah. So the only thing we should test is unlocking all of the demo skill points. Okay. Cool. So UI town perks. That doesn't exist. Yeah, perfect. And I don't have any changes. I somehow do. Not anymore. All right, let's go test that out then. So I'm just going to relaunch this. And we're going to try granting all of the demo points. How do we do this without clicking grant most things? I guess we need to manually unlock all the locations, which means getting more money. And then in here, we can unlock this. So now we have 2 skill points. Let's unlock all of the skills. Put 2 into here. So now it says 0. I'm going to click this button. And it still says 0. But I'm pretty sure I have skill points to spend, don't I? This shows 4. This doesn't think I can put any in. I think something's broken here. Yeah, I think something's broken here. Where was that code? Demo, end of demo. What do I even call that? Demo's in the name. Here it is. So it says, it's called update selected character. So 1, I don't know if this is being called. Let's try that first. And then 2, I don't know if it's doing what it should be doing. So we go into here, we click grant most things, we click this button. So this does get called and it's got the right ID. Now this thing must be wrong. Or maybe this just never worked this way. This is really hacky to begin with anyway. And it was hacky when I did it. I tried to just get this working as fast as possible. I guess it doesn't update this properly. Oh, why not? Why not? I don't know. All right, how do we test this? How do we test this easily? I guess we just go and we make this cost 1 gold. So we go to town perks and have this thing cost 1. Then go into the town, and where we skip the tutorial, let's have it also create the town hall. Town hall. And then we can just click the button and find out what's happening. So let's try this. This is probably not a bug that Kevin introduced here. This is probably a bug that I introduced a while ago. All right, so yeah, we click this once and we can see there. This is white up here. Now when I unlock this, it should turn green. I'm going to skip through this right now. It does not turn green, and we don't see our extra skill points here, but we do see it on this. And then as soon as I click this to add or to remove a skill point, then we see all the skill points show up. So yeah, got to figure out why that's going wrong. Let's try that again. Turn to title, new game. Click this once, unlock some skills. Click this. It should have broken in, yeah. Is this what you fixed on the other branch earlier? I don't know. I don't remember. All right, it thinks there's an adventurer selected, and it should be the rogue, because that's all we have. This should say rogue, yes. And then we go into here, and we find out what's going wrong. It's all the way down to this that I think I care about, though, so let's just skip there. This is update skill points label. So we get the adventurer. They're not null. We get how many skill points they have. It thinks it's 1 right now. So this is probably an ordering problem. So where is this called? Player ability changed level. Wait, the ability... Oh, this is a player ability. Got it. I think it's this. Yeah, I think we need to bump this line down. So you fixed on the other branch? Don't remember. I know this was in the last like hour or so, but it was working in one direction and not in the other one. And I don't remember, was it white to green or green to white? Anyway, I think we can just call this down here and then we're good. And that should fix the problem. Let's go try that. This hardly matters, because this is kind of just a debug skill that players really shouldn't be able to get, but they can for right now. So let's try this out. So we finished granting all the skill points. We click this. We don't care about the code anymore. And we look at this and it says 4. Perfect. Hey, Smack. All right, let's check that in. I'm going to check it in to, I guess, Kevin's branch. But it doesn't really need to be there. Fix bug with modifying a player ability. So the way this manifested was that... what is that ability called? This one. Was that putting a point into this would not reflect those points as being available due to the order of function calls. I fixed the order. sync, and that's everything. Let's go merge this. Have you tried Klein? No, I haven't. Does this work with Copilot? No. I haven't been all that intrigued practically by any agent-based AI or even like a conversational AI. I tend to just rely on the autocomplete. And even then, it's like if I press enter right here, it doesn't show anything. I guess if I press enter at the bottom, it might show something. Yeah. So like this is kind of the main way that I use AI. And in this case, it just made something up, right? I don't actually even have anything in mind. So it's not valuable there, but a lot of times it is valuable. Okay, we go merge this. Thanks for making all of the changes from the comments above. This is looking good now. What else? I think that's it, yeah. Okay, so squash and merge. And then let's clean up this comment because nothing else should be modifying this. Player ability tree. I mean, I'm not even on main. Not paying attention. There we go. All right, this serves as the base for, I'll just say for any perks trees. There used to be a Skeletree in the game and it serves as a base for that too. Yeah, that's it. This is just fix out of date comment. All right, next PR. This one, Adventurer level up mockup. Interesting. Thanks for the resub, Sarah. Did Spiro give you like a multi-month long gifted sub? I think he gave out a 6-month gifted sub, but I didn't actually remember if that was possible. Hey, Spiro. How's it going? How was your unhinged ranting yesterday? I think I've subbed with Prime before. Oh, wait, interesting. If I look at this and your card here, it shows gifted sub Spiro. Hey, mods. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, one was gifted. Okay, I can't see more details about that. Need to get it out of my system. I didn't actually get to catch it, by the way. I just saw the title. I have been quite the busy bee lately. Yesterday, I did 2 things I can talk about and 1 thing I probably can't talk about. But the 2 things I can talk about, I made 2 videos for my channel. And one was a short. And the other was the channel trailer. So if you go to this in an incognito tab, I won't be logged in. And that's weird. Maybe because I'm live, it shows this. Huh. But the channel trailer should be what shows there. Anyway, the channel trailer is that one. It's not worth watching if you've already known what I do or what I'm all about. But the other thing I did was this short about quick search. And it's not doing great right now, apparently. Let me see. Is it at least trending upward? Shorts, analytics. Let's take a look together, chat. Views. So what matters is, do we see this sloping upward? And it looks like it might be a little bit. Another way you can kind of tell is if you go to this and go to that. Yeah. So in the last 60 minutes, it's gotten 28 views. If I refresh this in another, what? Oh, nice. It just went up to 29. Yeah. So it is slowly rising at least. It's kind of cool because as a 60-minute window, if you see this number drop, it means that the curve is also going to level off. And if you see it rise, it means the curve is going to increase. Yeah, show us the first derivative graph. All right, what are we doing? We did this. Okay, anyway, thoughts as I look at this. So showing money here is needed for this bit at the bottom. And I think that's good. I think this will work. I'm not sure how I feel about having two different side-by-side dialogues here. Yeah. It's so hard for me to picture things. We originally had this stuff at the top of the skill tree. You may have 3 months sequential subscription. This was month 2. I see. Okay, cool. Yeah. How generous of him. The top bar, I was thinking about showing it in all the tabs and removing the your money labels from the perk trees. Oh, I guess it would be relevant everywhere, even in the battle map technically, but the battle map probably can't really spare the extra height. Because the battle map has the most stuff going on. I guess we could just make this take up the entire screen and then it wouldn't be as much of a problem. But yeah, interesting. I do like this. And yeah, I think that having, I don't know how many perks unlocked. Let's unlock some perks. Yeah, I think having it everywhere. I think that would be good. Yeah. Yeah, the battle map's the only one. And like I said, it does matter for the battle map. We do have an upgrade button here. I just don't know if we can spare the space. That's all. Also, technically, your Wisdom Sludge only matters in the Adventurers tab. We could just show it there. Like we could have some common tab, or sorry, some common element at the top of this whole thing and only show your Wisdom Sludge when you're in the Adventurers part of this. I don't think it matters too much whether we show it or not. I think showing it might even be good because that way it lets you know like, oh, that number's getting pretty high. Let's... Yeah. Anyway, general thoughts. I think that having money and sludge show for all of the tabs is good. However, for the battle map, we should probably hide it and see how that feels. You know what else I'm kind of thinking about? Because I suspect... Okay, going back a step. I watched a bunch of people play using the old battle map when the start button was on the left side of the screen. So there's start battle and there's upgrade portal. Upgrade portal turns green when you have enough money for it. So this catches your attention and a lot of people are like, oh, I want to start a battle. There's the green button. Green buttons are how I act. So I'm going to click the green button. And they're like, whoops, I upgraded the portal. I wonder if... So anyway, then we move the start button to the right. And I suspect people are going to do the exact same thing. They're still going to like click whatever the green button is. I wonder if what we should do is put that UI of upgrading the portal into the nodes on the map and then maybe show you your money there too. That way there isn't as much confusion about this. Like the ones that you've unlocked have a flag next to them. So here I have 2 that I can click. What if there was a purchase button over this one and it only shows up when you actually can upgrade? Because like right now you can't even upgrade anything. So there's just a button here that's taking up space. So that's what I think we could do. And if we're going to do that, we could show you your gold in line. So right now we can see we have 55, but yeah, what if there was a purchase button and it said it costs 70 and you have 55, so that's not enough. That's what I think we're going to have to lean toward. And I'm going to write this down, although I'm not positive about it still. But for the battle map, I think we're going to want to move the upgrade portal button into the map itself. E.g., there's a signpost or something that shows over a buyable location, and it tells you how much gold you have. This should help cut down how many people accidentally click upgrade trying to start a battle. I don't think we need to do this now. This is a consideration, but I wanted to write it down at least because if that resonates with me in the future, then maybe it's worth pursuing. Anyway, so the battle map needs as much space on the screen as it can get. I don't like the idea of stats and skills being side by side. I think it takes up too much horizontal space, and I'm not sure how it would look on smaller screens. The level up part itself looks good to me, though. I don't think there's any other comments I have on this exactly. I do think this is an elegant way of solving this. That you now see that this is for all of your adventurers, and you just see a cost here. And it'll be reinforced by the consistency of the other tabs, which is that the other tabs will look sort of like this, where you have costs for things, and you recognize that your money isn't per perk board. It's just your money. So if you start seeing it at the top here, I think it's going to help. Excuse me. I was going to say, something we're going to have is, I guess there's going to be the tab bar for this, then your money and stuff, then the tab bar for the town and the farm and the fishing pond and whatever else. That might look like a little bit of kind of cruft there. But yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I guess what we could do is we could put these into a container, like a flow container. And when there's enough space, we show them side by side. And when there isn't, we show them on top of each other. I think this is going to feel a little clunky. I'll have to try that out. Okay, implement item action menu. Let's take a look at this. I have not actually seen this. A quite complete proof of concept for 783 implements a menu that will show when the player is holding an item. This menu shows 4 buttons referencing different destinations in the town. Player clicks or drops the items on one of the buttons. The item will be dropped off at the target location. A couple points. It's not style at all. You need to come with how it should look. So far, the buttons include the matching shop, warehouse, recycler, tavern. Adding more should be straightforward. Layout may need to change. Yeah, because I guess we're going to have the extractor now too. I seem to be hitting an issue with picking items that I still need to figure out. You can see it happen at one point in the demo. Let's take a look at the video. Is that the issue? Oh, wait. Oh, no, that wasn't the issue. That was that we don't have another thing unlocked there. Very neat. Yeah, very neat. I wonder how involved this is. Have in mind creating our own tab container with the tabs on the sides that I think would help. Yeah, alternatively, it could be built into whatever this UI is that we're trying to replicate. Like we have a paper. Just as an example of what I mean, although this would be bad, but what if we had folders and you are like changing the folder that you're looking at? Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for perks, but something like that. Probably not worth doing though. It's probably worth just making a tab container ourselves. All right, item action menu. We got some buttons there. I'm curious about how much the code had to change for this. Because these become drop targets, right? okay. Yeah. I would say this is not too bad. I mean, I think this part, accessing buttons 0, 1, 2, and 3. Why are we not doing that based on... Okay, well, we'd have to think about that a little bit. And then the buttons themselves, stop tracking item. Yeah, okay. It's pretty good. I'm very curious to hear what people think about that sort of thing. There are a few proofs of concept that I think we should probably just like expose to users and say, actually, maybe we put it on a special branch or something. And then we ask some certain people who are pretty in tune with how the game works to test this stuff out and see what they think. But yeah, I think this is looking pretty good. I guess I should try it out too. Do I have any changes right now? No. GHPR checkout 853, I think it was. Yeah. All right, let's go close out of this stuff. Does anyone know why this happens on... Wait, has my keyboard camera not been showing this entire time? Oh my goodness. I turned that off yesterday and I forgot to turn it back on. Whoops. Only 2 hours into the stream before realizing that. Anyway, I was going to turn off both cameras now so that I could ask, why does this happen on Mac sometimes? I have Godot open here, and it is, oh, it doesn't have keep in dock on. But anyway, then it's also somehow here and has keep in dock selected because this one has remove from dock. Why are there 2 instances of this? This only seems to happen for Godot for some reason. And I don't know why, and I don't like it. I guess I'll just say remove from dock. Whatever. Is it 2 different app files? I'm not positive. I probably shouldn't have clicked what I just clicked so that I could see which one that one is pointing at. Might be the update recently. It might be that I was pointing at 2 different things. Also, hi, Peter. Yeah, I shouldn't have removed it so fast. I should have checked. But even if they are 2 different ones, I wonder how... That would mean I'm opening the wrong one sometimes. Huh. All right, so for this, we grant some items, and we click, and this lets us try... Oh my god, this is so much more usable. Oh man, yeah, that's blindingly obvious. Just, nope. Is this the item picking issue where I like can't click anything now? I think it thinks that the dialogue is still there. I think I opened this through, yeah, I opened it through VS Code though. No, wait, does it think it's still there? I don't know what happened with that. Huh. Oh yeah, now I can't click over here. Yeah, I think it thinks the dialogue is still open. Yeah, it must be. Is one of the controls taking input? Yeah. Okay, well that, I mean, that's a bug we need to fix, but let's keep trying this out. Oh, the warehouse is full. Interesting. Oh, it happened again. Right, let's open up this shop. Seems to happen quite a lot. All right, let's get the garbage slime. One of the things we got to be careful about is the garbage slime is always a valid destination and it's close to the other destinations. So if you accidentally bring it to this and don't mean to, that's it. Too bad, the item's gone. What else? What else? Oh yeah, what happens if I want to move this just up here? I guess you wouldn't be able to. And it's always on screen. So if you did accidentally store it like this, it's like I wouldn't be able to drag this to this item slot. I guess if you pan the camera, we could hide that. Because at that point, it probably means that you are not trying to drop to this thing. Okay, so general thoughts. There's a bug where the new menu is invisible but still consuming inputs. I didn't figure out the exact repro, but it happens pretty consistently. Two is that perhaps when dragging the camera far enough, we should hide this new menu, since it would indicate that the player wants to look around or maybe drag it manually themselves. That's it for now as far as thoughts. Oh, and then yeah, this obviously drastically improves the flow here. What's the last thing that you can drag this to? The tavern? But that's only for very specific items. For example, small blue potions. Tavern, 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 tavern. Oh, something I wanted to try is what if I could do that within a half second there? Let's see. So we start a quest. We put in a bunch of items. And we try to make this fly in. It should be able to handle it because I think we already had this in the first place. Wait, I should have them take that item there themselves, right? And then I take this one and I try to put it in. I think it worked. Probably fine. All right. And then the big question I had with this, because like I said, it does seem to help, is does this trivialize item location? Like if you can just very quickly do all this stuff, are you ever going to rely on workers? So let's say we had the shops there. So now at any given point, you can just click this and select for it to go to the shop. You'll probably just always do this. I am very torn on that part. Because on mobile, for example, this is probably going to be necessary. We don't even have a mobile version yet. But if we ever do, like this feature is probably just going to be needed. In which case, why would you use your adventurers? Yeah. If you're ever like super zoomed in, this is so much better than dragging. Oh, interesting. Is it because I'm dragging it onto a drop target? Yeah, it is. Hmm. I don't really have an answer for this. I think it will probably trivialize how people play the game. And it's weird because on one hand, this is just an accessibility feature, but it's also kind of like a functionality feature. Or not, I don't know. I don't know how to say that. So is it a problem that it's now much easier to move items around without having to wait for workers? And yeah, the answer is I don't know. But if we say that it is, then we'd kind of be taking away an accessibility feature. I guess one of the things you can kind of say, and now that I think about it, a lot of horror games and maybe like FPS or I don't know, a lot of games just have like a gamma slider because you don't know exactly how the user's monitor is going to be configured or what environment they're in. So you can basically increase the brightness of the game. For some games, this can kind of sort of break the experience a little bit because now you'll be able to see things from farther away that you probably couldn't see before. I guess a good example is Minecraft. Like Minecraft has a day and night cycle and it has the concept of lighting things up. So if you just set your gamma to max, you don't need light anymore in the game. So you've used an accessibility feature to obviate a part of the game. And now you don't need torches in your inventory. It's like I guess the problem is you're then playing with the gamma set to max. So now when it's bright, it's super bright. But that's kind of the problem we run into here as well. We made it a lot easier to move items to different locations. So now you probably don't really need to wait for your workers, because instead of taking 1 second to move all of these, it's taking half a second. I can zip items on over and only miss sometimes normally, but I still have a desire to just sit back and not have to move items at all. Yeah. Well, and this is another one of those things where I think this is a feature we need to have. So anyway, what I was getting at is, when it comes to these games that have a gamma slider, usually they say something like, drag the slider so that this object on screen is barely visible. And the whole point of this is like, hey, know that this is for accessibility. So as soon as you make this thing visible, stop there. Don't overdo it. It'll make the game look washed out, and it'll probably kind of cheat a little bit. So if we say like, oh, hey, here's a feature, you're on desktop and you don't need this feature. So if you need it for accessibility reasons, turn it on. But otherwise, know that it might trivialize the game for you. Or like Skeleseller said, just let the user kind of decide. Anyway, definitely helps. This works great. It feels a lot better to move items without having to drag the camera at all. Okay, cool. So back to PRs. We covered these two. This one, I looked at the video of. Implements a system that allows players to drag dialogues and place them wherever they prefer. Yeah, so this does exactly what it says on the tin. There's now a little drag handle, and you can drag dialogues around. I think that if we gave this to people, what they would probably say is cool. Like, I don't see why this is a downside. I think they would be like, I want to move the battle windows around. We've gotten this feedback so many times that people want to either minimize this or maximize this or move it. And this would allow us to do something kind of like that, I guess. I do wonder what we're going to support for that. Minecraft Warden. I'm not familiar with this. Man, when did Minecraft become so complex that the page about the warden is really like 14 pages long? There are 51 references on the warden page. Okay. Yeah, I think this looks good. I think this looks good, and I don't think any players would say that it's not worth adding. I don't remember the issues that we have here, so let's take a look at these. Spawn dialogues close to where the user clicked. Consider making dialogues draggable. Wait, 750. 750 might still be worth doing. Although maybe not. Yeah. We should probably address the rough edges and see what players think. Okay, and the final thing is the extractor updates. I have not looked at this yet, and I'm very excited to see what this is, because Quickie Joe made a new extractor, and like I said, I don't know what it is. So we're going to see it together, but I will show you what's currently in the game. The extractor is something that Kevin made as a sort of Frankenstein collection of other objects. So it's got a gauge, it's got a pipe, it's got a little barrel, it's got another barrel on top, and it's got a lever here. So now let's look at the new one. Made a new extractor where the pipe leads into the ground. I figured it could allow it to lead anywhere you needed to. I included a new pipe in the farming atlas where the pipe comes out of the ground. Machine is an animated sprite. They can play when something gets processed. Wasn't trying to do that. Also replaced the lever animations. Not sure if I did that right. Sorry if I keep messing things up. Queeky Joe, if you're listening, you're not messing things up. Don't worry. Let's take a look at this. Ooh. Very neat. All right, where's the lever? Yeah, very cool. And it looks like there's the light can turn on as well. Yeah, super cool. Yeah. Awesome. All right, well, I do like this. I don't think I'm going to spend the time to merge this right now. I think I might wait for tomorrow for that. Merge extractor PR. We might do it today. But yeah, I think I want to focus on the rest of the stuff that we had here, which is now adventure progression. So here's what I think we're going to do. I think we're going to assume that this UI gets done, the one that we see here. So imagine that there's a level up button, which for now I could just code in. I could put it in each skill tree. It just needs to exist. And what I could do is I could figure out how much should it cost, how much should it grant, and start setting that stuff up. And then fix up all of these sorts of things. Yeah, because I think this is the biggest thing we need to work on. Ooh. Yep. People requested that because dialogues are in the way. Yeah, and we can always see. I don't think we need to fix that issue without hearing feedback about the rest of this stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this because I wanted to get this done by the end of Friday. So if I start now, then we have all of tomorrow that I could spend on this too. Let's assign this to me and let's tackle this. Adventure progression. All right, again, for those who haven't heard the news, because I'm going to delete this now from here, I will be on the Twitch front page on April 23rd. It'll be pretty much during the normal stream times, and that's a Wednesday. So it's 8 to 4 my time, and to give you an idea of what it is, it's currently about 11 o'clock my time. 11 a.m. right now. Although I don't remember if daylight saving time has still hit everywhere, but I think it has. So I think whatever offset you are now is probably going to be the offset then too. Twitch front page. Yeah, thanks, Spiro. The way they changed it is for Twitch partners, you can now just apply to be on the front page. And I applied for 3 months in a row, and I was finally accepted now. And it'll be my second time ever on the front page. The first was a total disaster. The first is when I was going to launch Botland, I think for real. And I thought, oh man, I'll do this on stream, right? It'll take like 10 minutes and then I'll just flip a switch and people will be able to play. It turned into, there was a problem with launching. And this taught me an incredibly valuable lesson, which is never launch live. Well, maybe unless you've tested it. But yeah, that was a frantic stream that was not very fun. So anyway, I can't imagine this next stream is going to go very poorly because we're not going to do any sort of launch. And I'll probably pre-record some Skeleseller footage and I'll save a build of the game that we can always just run if we need to. Never blank live is a good motto to live by. Yeah. Anyway, once you have applied to be on the front page and you get accepted, then I think there's a cooldown time of like 2 to 3 months before you can apply again. Which if all these times work out to be like roughly the average, then it means roughly every like 4 to 7 months you can be on the front page as a partner, which I think is good. I don't know how many people actually tune in afterward if they found your stream through that, but any exposure is good at this point. Hey, Ingberg. Never learn live. Yep, never do that. Always pre-record your learning. So yeah, that's the news. And then Next Fest on June 9th. Those who don't know about Next Fest, it's a Steam festival. It is not in person or anything. It's just online. You go to steam.com or whatever the site is. is it actually steam.com? Store.steampower.com. And you'll see whatever the festival information is at the time. All the Steam Fest, Next Fest games need to have demos, and they can't have been in Next Fest before. So you'll see some banner here, and people go nuts about demos and stuff. So I think that'll be cool. You thought about multi-streaming? I am multi-streaming right now. I stream to 3 different services at once. So I am streaming to YouTube, to Twitch, obviously, and then also to Steam. Where's Steam? I don't think I have the page there, but yeah, if you click this, you'll see me on Steam as well. As far as TikTok goes, I don't use TikTok. I don't think I want to be on TikTok. Maybe that's me shooting myself in the foot because I am making short form content now. So it would probably make sense to put it on TikTok and just see how does it do. But yeah, I'm going to hold off on that. Anyway, adventure progression. So I'm going to assume that Kevin will finish the PR, this one. Was that 849? Is mock-up. And just do the non-UI parts. Yeah. Remember this, all I need is for this to get done by the end of Friday. If we get it done today, let's say, then we can start working on everything else. Because the work never ends. It's not like we get done and we're just like, cool, Skeleseller's finished. Even when it's finished, there's still going to be stuff that we could have done that we put off. But such is life. So let's go take a look at this. Do some UI design in Godot. We're not doing that anymore because Kevin did all this stuff. Yep. That's going to be easy enough at least. And yeah, that's probably going to be fine too. I'd like to update the PR later today. Yeah, sounds good. And by the way, if for whatever reason you can't get it done even by Friday, let's say, I can just throw a level up button in and do the bare minimum to show you like, here's how much sludge you have. Here's how these things will change. So it's not so high priority that I'm going to be breathing down your neck. So we're going to skip all of these tasks and leave this to pretty much Kevin. I think leveling up on its own is fine. You probably want to remove the tavern bonuses. So we've already done this. Surface level and character selectors. Yeah. I think I'm going to take a quick break before we do this. Yeah, I think we'll get started on that. So I don't know if Scott is still there, but Scott, now's your chance to play. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey again, everybody. Close the game. Oh, hey, Alta 4. Oh, Alta 4 rated. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're still here because I see the God of Raid and Run. And yeah, I guess that was right at the beginning of my break, huh? That was 3 minutes ago. All right, well, thank you. And for anyone who's still here, that was a game called Jump Royale that I just throw on while I'm away from my computer. Had to use the bathroom, just take a quick break. Yeah, so what we're working on is changing adventurer progression. Right now, the way that this works is every time you beat a boss in the game, and right now there are only 2 bosses in the game, but let's say you go over to here, you beat the boss, you will see a level up banner appear and you'll get another skill point and your adventurers will get a little bit stronger. We're doing away with that. We're making it so that you level up by using the results of your farm and your fishing pond. So you feed the food into this chef slime here, which does not look like a chef just yet, and it'll give you Wisdom Sludge, and you will use the sludge to level up your adventurers. It makes perfect sense. So let's get to it. All right, surface level and character selectors, battle panel when picking a battle party, and the adventurer's pane itself. And so what I was thinking here is right now it says rogue, mage, warrior. What if it also said a little level beneath them? It's like rogue level 6. And that way, whenever you're picking adventurers for a battle, you could tell who your highest level adventurers are. Problem is, how do we do this and not have it take a ton of space? Did I restart the game? I don't think I did, but I think that bug should be fixed about the level selection there. Location selector. Let me take a quick look. Yeah, it's fixed. Okay. Well, let's just go try some things out. So is this party member? There's battle party member base, party member, and party member by class. I think it'd be this one. Does the name label have a minimum size? Yeah, it does. Now we can always fit 2 rows. Oh, man. Well, we can add in a level label for now. I guess party member base would have that, probably. It doesn't need it. I guess it depends on what these things are even used for, because heck if I remember. Party member, where are you used? Okay, by class, why is that there? This stuff shouldn't be here. It should probably be in party member base. But we have all 3 of these. This one's used for hiring an adventurer. I don't know why this one is used. Use battle version. What is that? True, it'll create a battle party member. What is a battle party member? I don't know what's different. Oh, we hide the name? Ah, yeah. I remember now. Yeah, it's just the character graphic and the life bar. And we don't need to show their skill points either. Okay. Hey, Hagermanauer. Yeah, development is going really well today. We got done with pretty much everything we need to other than this one task, which is revamping how you progress with adventurers. And I don't think this is going to be that hard to do. Now, the impossible thing to do is going to be balancing all of this afterward. That's going to be incredibly difficult. Especially once levels can change between adventurers. But yeah, I'm excited about this. I'm hoping to get the next demo out by April 18th. And that way people can try all these changes out, all of them. We've made a lot, and see if they're working well. Okay, so let's throw in another label here. We'll add a label. And we'll put that there. And we'll say level 999. Now I want this to have the same theme as the other label. Handwritten. So this should also have handwritten on it, right? Quick load, handwritten. Surprisingly, that fits. I did not think that 3 numbers would fit here. I don't even think we need 3 numbers. I think we could probably get by with level just being 2 numbers, or 2 digits, I mean. Things are getting interesting. Hey, help us here. Gonna have to put some time in the party optimizer. Well, I think what we might need to know, and this is why this is going to be really tough, is what is the average power that any given adventurer brings? Because one of the ways we could balance is based on average party level, but that might not tell the full story. Let's say the witch doctor gets like, I'm just making up numbers here. Let's say they get like 50 power per level. This doesn't mean anything. I'm just making something up. And let's say the rogue gets like 5 power per level. So when you're level 3, it's not going to be maybe super obvious that there's even much of a difference. And again, I'm making things up, so I know that the difference between 150 and 15 is gigantic, but still, maybe you haven't like ramped up enough. But then you get to level 10 or 15 and it's like, oh, we just needed the witch doctor to get to that level. The rogue isn't actually having the impact on this. In which case, then we probably need to nerf the witch doctor. But how will we even learn any of this stuff? And yeah, that's what's going to be tough. I have some ideas. We have some tools, but yeah, it's gonna be a lot. Hey, Miles, welcome in. We're going to be doing a lot of development today. If you want to stick around for that. So yeah, I guess we just add in a label here and then have it show in the different places. Let's just save this and see what happens automatically. It will show level in a bunch of places, and we need to make sure they show in the right places. So here, for example, it's in the correct place. When you're picking an adventurer, it's also there. These are now much taller than they used to be. Maybe we should like float it over the bottom. I'm actually not sure. Also, what happens when this has skill points? It shows in here too, right? Yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't like how tall this got. And then what happens when they actually go into battle? Yeah, now they show the regular one. Same thing at the end of the battle. They show the regular one. Yeah. And when you hire an adventurer, what happens? Yeah, they show the regular one. That's fine. Oh, you know something I hadn't thought of? No, yeah, that's good, I think. What, a circle on the top right or left with a level in it? Yeah, that could potentially work. We just need to make sure. I guess we should maybe say ahead of time, like the level can't go above 99. And that way we never need 3 digits. So pretty much the way we could get this to work is we move this label up here somewhere and then change it to just the number and then move the entire thing. Oh, we can't do that because this is a container. Okay, well, we technically can do it if we do this first. We put this up here and we put it inside of a little circle or something like that. Or maybe always put it at the bottom. I think we need to make it clear that this character, we probably need the level label to still show up somewhere. I don't know. Maybe it looks better on the witch doctor in the game. Let's try that out. Because the witch doctor is the only one that actually uses both lines of text for the name. And no, it still looks stupid. Well, something else we could do is get rid of the little skill pips that show up. I like them, but a lot of people don't notice them there. But that would only save us a little bit of space. How do I feel about showing this up where? Up here somewhere. I mean, we need some background color for it as well. So I guess this whole thing needs to be inside of its own panel container. Can you make a... Can you make a circular panel container? It's probably possible somehow. Yeah, I guess we just give it a texture that happens to be a circle. And we don't have a circle anymore, do we? We had map point at one time. Yeah, I think we got rid of it. Do we have any like rectangle? No, we don't. Okay, well, I could just go make a circle, I guess. Take that for right now. Although if we're gonna do that, we need a margin for it. Let's try it. I mean, we might as well just see what it looks like. All right, now set the theme overrides on this. This thing should be set to center. That's probably good enough, actually. We don't even really need margins. But the minimum size of this texture, I think, is still too big. We can probably prune this down. How big is this thing? Show in file system, open an external program. That is not what I wanted. How do you just see the dimensions of this? Well, I guess we'll do it this way. 40 by 40. Yeah, I think that's too big. Should I open this and just make it smaller? We might not need the shadow either. I don't know if the shadow is adding a lot for that. It might be. Yeah, I definitely need that to be smaller. I mean, how much can we really delete from this, though? What if we just made it... We just made it a circle. I know this sounds kind of dumb, but I don't think I have the ability to do that. I think I would fail to make a nice looking circle with a border. Also, is that even a thing? Can you make circular panel containers? Those circular panel container. Circular container. That's not what I want. Doesn't have to be nice in the first place, just see if it's practical. Yeah, I think that I think this style looks good enough. And now I kind of want to polish it a little so that it looks nicer. Like we could move this up here. Problem is it's just too tall. I guess we could just cut this off. In fact, could we allow this to be smaller maybe? Not sure. Hey, Jessor. Jessor? Or Yesor? Let me know how you pronounce your name. I don't think Godot has non-rectangular controls. Something had a border radius. I wonder where that is. I think it's just texture rect. Maybe we should just try that. Does this have what I'm even talking about? It doesn't. I mean, I guess we can quick load in anything here. And it's not going to let us change anything, right? Yeah. What had the border setup on it then? 9 patch rect? I don't recall. No. All right, I'll just search for border or radius even. Corner radius. Yeah, what is this thing? Style box flat. So style boxes can have it? And a panel container has a style box. So one of these things should have a corner radius. Oh, this isn't a style box flat though. If we make a flat one, this has the border radius. Yeah. All right, so this is like 5, 5, 5, 5. And we could even change the border here. Is this showing up? Oh, we need to set a border width for it to show up. 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, something like this could potentially work. We just need to set this so the radii are large enough to make it look like a circle. Yeah, so something like 12 for each of these. Even then, I know this is still a rounded rectangle territory. What we need to do is we need to cut down how large this thing is, which should be controlled by its transform. So just reset that. And now make this just big enough to fit the text. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. The text itself doesn't really look like it fits. Whoa there. Slow down. Can we just have this get clipped? I guess it doesn't really matter. Probably recenter the text to make the circle smaller. Well, one of the issues I'm running into is the text just looks like it's a little too high in the label, and we can't adjust this thing's transform because it's part of a container. So at best, what we could do is change the margin top here, but that's going to expand this container. We want to just reposition the text on top of this. What we could do is we could position a control inside of this container. That would work. Then we put the label inside that control, and then we just move this wherever we want it to be. Or I guess we put this over here and then move it wherever we want it to be. Yeah, so something like this. Why is this not working? Oh, we can only move the label. Oh, so then we would have been able to do that even when it's over here. Yeah, so we can put that wherever we want now. And then change the size of this thing. So shrink this until it's a circle. Move this until it's inside the circle. So it was something kind of like that. And then just make this not look like absolute trash by probably making it whitish colored. Probably whatever color this is. And make the border not garbage. So probably whatever the color this is. Yeah, and then move that whole thing down a bit. All right, is that better? How's that look in the game? Should probably be more. No, that looks really bad. We can put it at the bottom. That might look better. Like thereabouts. Yeah, something like that. That's still too low, I think, for that. Why is it showing in a different spot from what is showing up in the editor? Huh. It's like overlapping the bottom of this. But here it's definitely inside this. If I put it so that it's on the corner, it thinks it's even farther down. What would be doing that? The slate is shrinking without the health bar. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. Do we ever show the health bar at the same time that we show the level? I guess for the battle map we would. Yeah. Okay, well then we can just position this properly. So this control would need an anchor, which it can't even do. It'd need to be outside of this. Yeah, I need to anchor it. Yep. Which I can't do the way that it's set up right now. So I think I need this whole thing to be a control. No, that doesn't make any sense. There should be a way to do this. So I just need another control. Anchor the panel container and move the anchor points. Oh, I see. All right, so that's the bottom right. Yeah, that on its own actually should just be what I want. So now it looks good over here. And over here it looks good too, yeah. All right, is that good? Is that clear enough kind of what's going on? Can we just make it so we can change that level now? I mean, we could. I kind of like it. It is going to cover those pips a little bit. But I think that's okay because just seeing that any pips are here is all that you really need to be able to see. It's not really covering the character. If we see all the characters there at once, we can see there is a problem with the Z index of this thing and how it's getting positioned, but that might be because I need to restart the editor or restart the game. Let's try that again. Also left align the dots. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a good idea. This is looking pretty good. Okay. I do wonder, do you want this showing in this UI? Is this breaking? What's going on here? Or is it just taking up the mouse inputs? Yeah, it's taking up mouse inputs. Turn off all mouse listeners. Yeah. Okay, good. Cool. So now I can select these again. Oh, interesting. We need to turn this off even on lower elements here. Just set all of these. Mouse, ignore. There, now we can click there. Yeah. So would you expect the level to show up here too? I think you would. That way, at a glance, you can see which of your adventurers is under leveled. Yeah. I think that's good. And then in the battle map, you almost certainly want it so you can tell, okay, I'm going to send things to the strongest locations. Let's pick our strongest adventurers. Yeah, and it doesn't change the size of anything. Okay, cool. All right, I've convinced myself. I think we'll do this. And then what Kevin suggested is left align the skill pips in party member. Okay, let's get to it. So the level label is what this thing is. We'll call this level label. Hey, bro. And then we go modify party member itself. And this only exists here. And what thing knows that we have these? Adventure panel tab. Battle party member though. Wait a second. Yeah, I got to figure out that we're using these correctly. Where do we have party members? We don't have party members here. There's a character selector though. Yeah. Character selector has it. And it uses just regular party members. Okay, that's fine. And then the battle panel, what does that use? Party chooser. Party chooser has what exactly? Use battle version. False. Okay, easy peasy. We just modify party member. All right, private label level label equals null. In ready, go get that thing. Level label. And then we want to be able to set its value whenever you pick an adventure. So we need to know when their level changed, which we don't have. Do we have an event for that? Adventure component. Skill points changed. We don't have a level up signal. So we're going to need that too. Need a level up signal in adventure component so that we can update this label. And for now, let's just set it. How does this get called? Update life bar, update max life, reflect battle state. Yeah, I guess we just have a level up thing, huh? All right, so AC dot leveled up. There's no leveling down. So we just say update level label and then update level label. Okay. Now let's go plug that in. Update level. So this thing's text is going to be just set to the number, not anything else. That should do it. Okay, let's go try it out. Nothing's going to make them increase, but we should see the number 1 show up there by default. Oh, wait, actually, no, when you hire new adventurers, it'll show you whatever level they're at. So it should say 1 for the rogue, but then when we force a level up, how do we force a level up? Like this. That broke immediately. Something must inherit from party member, and maybe it's battle party member that does. I did not expect this to happen here. This is called from party member. Oh, it's a party member no matter what? Well, my bad. Fine. So then we need to move this into the base scene. This seems stupid. What does battle party member inherit from? Party member just with stuff turned off. Okay. Okay. Oh, but they inherit from oh, that's not smart. They inherit from a different scene. Why don't they follow the inheritance hierarchy that we have here? They should. This should inherit from party member if the script inherits from party member. So we just need to remember that name is turned off and available skill points label is turned off. And then obviously the level. Wait, no, the level might still be nice. I don't know about that. Do you want to see the level at the end of a battle? Probably. Well, I can't start a battle to even take a look, but sure. Okay, let's go try this. So what did I say? Name and available skill points label. All right, unfortunately, changing this around is kind of annoying. So maybe we should do this through code. Why can't I close this? Battle party member. This currently inherits from party member base. I want it to inherit from party member. So now I have to go into party member.tscn and get its UID and plug that in here. And just hope that worked. Nope. Nope, that was very dumb. All right, well, take two. Let's delete that and instantiate our, where's party member? There it is. Instantiate this, turn off name, available skill points. Yeah, that looks a little weird right now. Maybe we can figure that out in a bit. And then we'll save this as battle party member. Why don't I see it? There it is. And then give it the right script. Oh no. What's its script called? It still uses the party member script? Oh my god, no wonder. I can't say I'm in love with how I did this. Oh, it already inherits from that, so it's already got it. So this should just work. Let's try it out. Whoops, looks good. All right, so start battle. Yeah, so the little 1 shows up there. Would you expect this to be here? To be able to see the level of the adventurer in the battle screen? And if you do, then how do we make it not look like garbage? We'd have to move this whole thing. I think we just hide this. Let's just hide it for now. Yeah, let's not worry about this. So it'll only show up for party member. But now it at least doesn't cause an error. Man, chat has been super quiet in like the last week, probably. I don't necessarily mind. It's just a little jarring sometimes. All right, so the thing I wanted to test out is what happens when you level up some of your adventurers. And in order to do that, we need to go fight the ogre, which we couldn't do before. So now this still says 1, but when we hire another adventurer, it's going to say 2 for the new adventurer, which is going to prove that we did something right. We did nothing right. Why does it say 1? I know we don't listen for level up here. Oh, maybe because we make the party member before we set their level. Add adventurer. How does this work? Level up adventurers is called after calling hired adventurer. Yeah, that's probably it. Okay, that's fine. Well, we need to add this anyway. Hey, Lambda. We're just sitting back watching you cook. Are you being productive right now, Lambda? Or are you just watching the stream? Actually, I'm gonna have to get lunch somewhat soon too, but I'll probably take a quick lunch break today. All right, so new function here. We're gonna say leveled up. And we just have a setter here, but it doesn't know how to call this thing. Working. Nice, 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 nice. All right, so if value is greater than level, I mean, value pretty much has to be greater than level. But now we can't fetch the level that we'll have here. Level, oh, we can't do this either. We need to have some like backing thing. Okay. Now we go make the backing thing that we have here. Private int level equals 1. I guess delete that. The feature field keyword is currently in preview and unsupported. Great. All right, now we listen for that. No overload matches a delegate that takes an integer. Sure. That's pretty easy. And now we need to update it with the current level of that adventurer. So just ac.level. Great. All right, well, now as we level up adventurers, we should see it get modified immediately. So it says 1, we click this button, it says 7. All right, so that's done. All right, so surface level and character selectors. The battle panel when picking the battle party, the adventurer's pane. Yep. That was pretty easy. I'm going to check this in. We didn't test one pretty critical thing. Well, it's not super critical, but what happens when we change to double-digit numbers? So how about this? Let's just act like the level is 3 times higher than it really is. Yeah. And that way we can go from 1 to 21 instead of 1 to 7. So we already know it looks good. Well, I guess 3 to 21. Yeah, nice. It looks fine. Now, is there anything else we need to consider here? Like the letter M is thicker than the letter I in non-monospace fonts. So what's the thickest number? Probably 0. You just look at our font, right? Let's just type in some numbers and see what happens here. 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. As long as they all fit in that circle, we're fine. And if they don't fit, we can just increase the size of the circle. I just need to make sure that none of these make it. Yeah, none of them break this. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're good to go then. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Get rid of the ×3 that we have. All right, show levels on party member. Also, battle party member now. The scene now inherits from the party member scene. This reflects how the scripts, this reflects the script inheritance that we have set up. All right, for whatever reason, it didn't check that box. Stop granting a level up when you beat a boss. Okay. Be porting this to mobile in the future. If it does well on PC, then yeah, probably. Like, let's just say, as a wild example, let's say this made $10 million on PC. That's probably a pretty good precedent for it making money on mobile. So it's probably worth doing. But let's say it makes $10,000 on PC. It's probably not worth porting to mobile. We can make it so it becomes a symbol. Yeah. Yeah, I want to avoid having levels that are that high. Excuse me. All right, so what should the level up banner say? Level up banner. It used to say level up, your adventurers now have another skill point to spend. Maybe it should say elite defeated. And you won't get a skill point. I don't think there's a generic thing we can say here. I think we just delete this completely and it just says elite defeated and nothing else. Because the stuff that happens when you defeat an elite is sometimes more buildings will be accessible. Most of the time, another location will be accessible. Possibly all of the time. What else? Most of the time, your max money and max sludge will go up. What else happens when you beat bosses? I think those are the big ones. Do you think they won't be annoyed you can't reach level 100? No, I think it's natural to have max levels of 99. I know you have a cap on your message, but still, I think having a max of 99 or even 10 or 50 or something, those are all normal enough. But I really, truly can't think of a game that had the max level be 7 if they had leveling up. It's just so strange. Yeah, let's just leave it as elite defeated for right now. It's easy enough to just add another line of text if we need to. But now what we need to do is get rid of the extra line so that hopefully this just looks centered. It still doesn't look centered. Because of what? Because of this? Yeah, that was it. But it still isn't totally centered, right? There's less padding on the top than there's on the bottom. I can't tell where the midpoint is for this though, so let's find out. All right, so that's that one. No, so this orange box is perfectly centered. So if the text is not perfectly centered in the orange box, then it's not perfectly centered in the larger box. So now why is this higher up? Font size. Oh, there's another font size thing there. What's that doing? I'm not sure. Layout, theme overrides, font. This is set to 38. What is this doing? So we just manually moved this somewhere? I guess we can just visually center it and not worry about whatever number that ends up being. 46, sure. Okay, let's try that out. We got to rename this from level up banner as well. Yeah, defeated elite banner. Okay, so let's go into the town and we have show level up banner. We don't? Where is that now? It's in UI. All right, that's fine. Do we have any unhandled input? Yes, we do. So let's just duplicate this, set it to UI page up, and do one of these. Because this is not a weighted, I don't care. All I'm doing is checking if it's centered in the game. It looked centered enough, but let's just see if something feels off about this. Ugh, now it's just too plain looking. I think without any sort of explanatory text, it just... I mean, it's also playing a sound, by the way, but we can't hear the sound. I spawned like 10 of these. You can't ever do that in the game. At the very least, I think we need flavor text here. Like, the ogre will no longer terrorize the canyon anymore. The dragon has stopped burning villagers to a crisp. Yeah. Yeah, because I think we add humorous flavor text to the banner. It just looks too plain right now. Yeah, it looks too plain. It looked, I don't know why it looked more professional sort of or polished with just extra text there. All right, let's say what I've done just in case. I don't think I'm going to want this, but whatever. I'm just going to put this in my temp folder for now. Then let's revert everything. And then let's go rework the text so that it says something like a short blurb of flavor text will show here. All right, now how's that look? Yeah, I think I like that. It can't say level up, by the way. It's got to say elite defeated. Or maybe the name of the elite, like ogre defeated, dragon defeated. How about for now we just start with elite defeated? Yeah. And then we got to customize the flavor text. So this entire thing should just be set via code. And where do we get the flavor text from? Because right now we just had show level up banner. But this needs to know which thing you just beat. Here it is. Okay, this can just take in the instance ID. And then I guess in all instance data, do we have any elite information? Elite instance data. Wow. Yeah, look at that. So instead of gimmick and hint and whatever, we can just say like level up banner text. Yeah, easy. before I do this, do I have any better ideas? What other text might we say there? Because if I guess the last what we could do, we could show what changes and just not always have it be the same. Like it could say elite defeated, you unlocked 3 new buildings and increased your max money. Or it could say something like, well, I don't know what it would say if nothing happened, because at some point you'll have unlocked all the buildings. I guess at that point we just put flavor text here. The dragon will be missed in the next town barbecue. I'm just gonna use that just without even. There's not gonna be a 1 out of 100 chance. It'll be a 100 out of 100 chance. I love it. I do think I prefer this maybe, but we also show a tip after you beat the ogre saying that, okay, cool, now that you defeated the elite, you've unlocked some extra stuff. I think I prefer that. Yeah, I think we'll just put flavor text in. Cool. Okay, let's at least see how it feels. So elite instance data, we're going to put in flavor text here. String banner flavor text. Okay, so the canyon had the ogre. So what do we say here for this? The ogre will no longer terrorize that poor canyon. No one even lives in the canyon. All right, and then for the, where's the next one? Yeah, here we're taking exactly what Fletcher said. We're giving you a point for that. And we're going to say the dragon will be missed at the next town barbecue. Did we capitalize ogre? Yeah. The dragon will be missed at the next Skeleton barbecue. So silly. I love it though. Okay, great. Now we need to show it. So over here, show level up banner is going to take instance ID. I don't think we can. Well, I need to make this take the instance ID, sure. But I don't think we can get rid of, what, does that not exist? Now it does. I don't think we can get rid of that underscore equals thing here, right? If I just get rid of this completely and say show level up banner, does it complain at me? Yeah. No, whatever. All right, in this case, we'll say instance ID dot forest because that's just for testing. And then we'll pull the flavor text in. The level up banner doesn't even have its own scene, does it? No, it doesn't. We don't need to make one. We can just get its rich text label and set this. The problem is we need to replace just this bit. So I'm going to say this is set via code. And then we can just search for set via code and change it. Rich text label, level up banner text label equals get node. Rich text label. And then level up banner text label dot text equals level up banner text label text dot replace this with all instance data dot get dot elite dot banner. There. Otherwise, no flavor text set. I don't know what we would say here. Yeah, just string.empty. I don't know. This should never happen. And that's it. Let's try it out. So when I press page up on my keyboard, it's going to act like we just beat the ogre. It says nothing. which means it can't locate this. How do we get this in any other case? How could I have possibly messed this up? This should be... Oh, the forest doesn't have a boss. It's the canyon that has the boss. Hey, the bird. Yeah, my bad. Oh, we can delete the breakpoint too. I didn't get it in time. Now we got to click this and then click this. 2 extra clicks. You're online a bit longer? Yeah, I'll be online for another probably like 3 hours. The ogre will no longer terrorize that poor canyon. I don't know if anyone else finds that funny, but I find that funny. Canyons don't have feelings. All right, so that was a canyon. Now let's see what the crypt looks like. I know I wrote out these strings. Again, I just like seeing it in context. We know what it says already. We know it's probably fine, but maybe it hits different somehow. Elite defeated. The dragon will be missed at the next Skeleton barbecue. Nice. Okay, cool. We got flavor text for beating bosses now. And now we need to change level up banner to a whole different name. So this is going to be called Defeated Elite Banner. Then we rename the file Defeated Elite Banner. Then we rename the code Defeated Elite. We rename this. I'll just call it banner. Rename this. Show Defeated Elite. Anywhere else that level up shows? Yeah, here. Banner text or banner label. Yeah. All right. Level up should not show anywhere else. It does technically show here. So now level up, I guess, should technically say Defeated Elite instead. Defeated Elite. Yeah, there. Looking for someone my dev stream friend can raid. He'd like to raid and show the demo of a clipping tool. So he'd probably prepare a clip or video from a VOD, if so, with a tool. I welcome raids and I welcome people sharing stuff, but I don't tend to watch that stuff on stream. I usually save it for the next day. I mean, they're welcome to share a link and other people can watch it. I don't tend to show other people's content on my stream. And part of that has to do with copyright reasons. Although in this case, presumably your friend would say you are, licensed to show this on your stream. But still, I'd look at it off stream, I think. So they're looking just for self-promotion. I think maybe rating someone else is a good idea. So stop grinding a level up when you defeat the boss. We haven't actually done that yet, but we did this part. Hey, Maniac. Level up adventurers. It's going really well. Today's been a good day. Where do we call based on this? So this needs to be called every time you beat an elite. Where does this happen? Where does this happen? It might not be that function in particular. It might be this function. Nope. Oh, this isn't called anywhere? Seriously? Huh. Really? Well, I guess delete that. I'm very confused. This has to be called from somewhere. What happens when you beat an elite right now? Unique elites on battle 1. What? How did? Oh, that's a not. Oh my god! I read this as if we're simulating, then we level up adventurers, and I was like, oh, I can just ignore this. I missed that. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. When you win the battle and it's an elite one, then you level up your adventurers. So this should go away. Let me think about this. Even just the function call level up adventurers needs to be changed. Told me you'd be pretty fine with it. Okay. I think it was a slightly more nuanced answer than I'm fine with it. But yeah, as long as they're not expecting me to watch some content on my stream, it's probably fine. Also update the skill tree. So yeah, so we're gonna change this. We no longer call level up, but now level up in general probably doesn't need to exist like this. And we might need some debug functions for automatically leveling things up. I don't know how we want to do that. Maybe add a debug function somewhere that levels up all of your adventurers by 1 or 5 levels. Maybe this is just right-clicking Kevin's level up button. Yeah. So this doesn't happen anymore. We just don't use this. Which means anytime an adventurer levels up, we need to call this for just that adventurer, which I mean, I just deleted that function. So maybe we want this back. Let's copy paste this and compare it to, actually, let's just do this. We'll just say compare with clipboard. Oh, you can't compare the selection with the clipboard? Okay, well, let's copy this into another file and compare this against the other file. There. All right, they are largely different. We get the adventurer component. We call stack computations all level up. We call update available skill points. I guess that's the important stuff. The thing in charge of leveling up an adventurer is probably still going to have to be the town because of this function. Yeah. Yeah, I think we delete this. Yeah, I think we delete this. Okay, let's get back to it then. So we revert this change and we delete the other function, level up adventurers. Except maybe we keep this as a debug function. Yeah, I'm going to call this debug level up adventurers. And this should call the individual level up adventurer thing with the adventure that we have. And it should know what level we want to set. Oh, no, that's not how that works. Oh, God. All right, fine. Well, so now where's the debug function called? One is in Battle Simulator. That's fine. The other is here. This is not fine. And the other is here. That's fine. Okay. Did you already rename these? Yes, I did. And then I realized it wasn't a debug function. But now it's a debug function. I was ahead of my time, as the kids say. All right, let's try it. So now there's no way to level up in the game. I have completely removed it. You can grant yourself skill points with this debug function, but otherwise you can't do anything. What game engine am I using? I'm using Godot. Welcome in, DJ0. So if I click grant most things, oh no, they do go to level 7. And this thing explodes beyond the number of pips it should have. I should probably cap the number of pips that you have then. Should probably also cap the number of pips that you have so that the card doesn't grow too big. Just in a real-time PR. Hey, Tullies. How are they leveling up? Oh, because I use the debug function. Oh, yeah, of course. The debug function calls debug level up. How are they leveling up? I can't fathom how that would work. Okay, we got it. Tullies, are you ever worried that maybe like in about 10 more thousand hours of playtime that you'll run out of Minecraft mods? Because that day is coming. Someday, Minecraft won't be around, but you, an immortal being who sustained himself off of Minecraft all that time, will be around. Are you worried you'll write too many lines of code? Yes. Question flipped on its face. How does that feel? Stop granting a level up when you beat the boss. So let's check that in. This is going quite well. Today in general has been going quite well. What is this doing? This is me not having relaunched this thing. Okay, let's be careful about how we do this, because I don't want to break anything. So this should be reverted. And then we need to restart this. So ignore, I guess. And then reload. Please tell me that didn't break anything. It certainly looks like it broke something. I think ignore was the wrong choice. Okay, let's try that again. Discard, open, reload, and then reload here too. I like repeated content anyway. Yeah, I do too to some extent. I've been playing World of Warcraft again, and every time I play it, I'm always like, man, things take a long time in this game. And then a long enough time passes where I forget about that. Actually, the same thing happened when I replayed Stardew Valley recently. Every time I keep thinking, oh yeah, this game is doable, this game is doable. And I get to fishing. And I do not enjoy fishing in the game. And it takes like 8 in-game days or something to max it out. And I'm always like 3 or 4 days in, and I'm like, oh, it's going to end soon, right? It's going to end soon. It's like double the length of time. So yeah, I get it. And I'll probably someday go back and play Diablo 2 again. Actually, my desire to play very old games has pretty much been snuffed out. Like, I was just looking through Nintendo's YouTube channel. And on there, they mentioned the Nintendo Switch Online things that they have. And they just mentioned some new Super Nintendo games. And they're all apparently games that people who played them during that era are like, oh man, I'm going to spend so many hours playing these games. It doesn't appeal to me at all to go try these games. And even the games I enjoyed that I played on Super Nintendo, I don't think I'd really have fun playing again. Like, I think Secret of Mana has aged poorly. And I don't know if this is a hot take. The people who like Secret of Mana are like, no, it's great, right? It's like, I think the graphics have aged well. I think the music has aged pretty well. But the gameplay is just a giant X in my mind. It's just not that fun. And they made a remake, and I didn't buy that. But I don't think it drastically changed the gameplay anyway. Anyway, my reasoning, just so I don't sound like just a grumpy curmudgeon here, is game design has changed a lot in even the last, let's say, like 5 years. But it's certainly changed a lot in the last 30 years. So playing a game from the 90s is just a tall order. And this is why a lot of games have been remastered lately too. Is because, okay, there was a shell of a game that was pretty interesting, but we had the burdens of the time period, maybe performance limitations, or just game design vestiges. This is good. This shouldn't be here. I'm glad I have the ability to, I wasn't focusing on what I was saying. I'm glad I have the ability to at least find the things that are wrong in the code. All right, cool. So what do we do here? We got rid of leveling up. Get rid of leveling up. When defeating an elite, a banner will now show with flavor text on it. You can only level up via debug functions right now. I never made a new branch. Oh, God. Well, I guess we're just not making a branch for this. I only have 2 changes. I guess I could just make a new branch and cherry pick them over there. I should probably do that. How do you add emojis? Yeah, via Spanso. Didn't really enjoy it as much. Is that with Diablo 2 Resurrected? Because I think Diablo 2 Resurrected added enough of a facelift where it's pretty cool. And the gameplay is mostly the same, but they also changed some skills, but not significantly. Let's go make a new branch. Check out -B. What are we doing? Adventure progression? All right, so what's in my log now? Get rid of leveling up and show these things. Yeah, cool. So if I were to switch back to main, can I delete this stuff? I'm just not going to worry about that. Let's just not do that. Let's just make sure to finish this stuff today. How about that? So delete the concept of rank. I'm not sure, it was months ago. Oh, the reason I ask is, like, if you look at the original Diablo 2, Oh, wow, interesting. Most of the things that show up are for Resurrected now. Huh. Yeah, if you look at the original Diablo 2, graphics look like this, where they look like pixelated and old. If you look at the new one, Diablo 2 Resurrected, graphics look, modern and like what you'd expect from a game nowadays. This is a bad screenshot, but anyway. All right, we search for expert. So all of these are going to go away. Not sure that I tried a widescreen version. I see. Yeah. I think that adds to it feeling dated. I think you can kind of trick your brain a little bit if you're playing a new looking game, but still the old gameplay. And actually, even then, I think some of these things haven't aged well. And I've talked about Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, but I played the remake of that somewhere on the order of months ago as well. And it's just not that great of a game. Like, I liked the original. I played it a couple times. I'm not sure I really liked replays of it that much. But yeah, I don't think it's aged well. I also think my tastes have changed a bit. Because I was able to toggle between graphics. Yeah, you can do that on the resurrected version. Yeah. And you can zoom in too, which is kind of nice. See all the details in the world that they added. So we're just deleting this thing. I don't think this ever had a purpose anyway. So yeah, goodbye. There you go. Adventurer rank names. All right, so the rank used to show in the UI, which now we can't even. Oh man, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, let's undelete that for a second so I can launch the game. There, and now let's delete it again. I need to be able to see what I'm deleting from the game. It's this. So we want to show the level, but the level actually shows here. So maybe we change this whole thing to just level colon and then a number. I think that's pretty reasonable. So we change this to level. Okay, it's not gonna let me do that. Then let's take a picture of this so I don't lose it. And reload VS Code. I should count the number of reloads I do per day, because that was the first one. And if it's once or twice per day, it's at the end of the world, though it's still annoying. It's a level. We just get this. We don't say this here anymore. We actually could just fetch this from here. We don't need this. We probably don't need any special font name here. How did that look? That's why I say the screenshot. We had a different color. Yeah, we don't need a different color now. What? How did I? This is already called level label? Huh. Interesting. Anywhere else we need to do this? Validate game constants. Oh, what was that number? Max adventurer level. That's going to be deleted. Or, well, probably it'll be deleted. It's going to go up at the very least. Maximum rank. Increase your... Okay, all this is wrong. Character level tooltip. We're going to need to update this. Update that. Hey, Zay. Welcome in. All right, anything else here? Max adventure level probably needs to change. We gotta figure that out pretty soon. In fact, that's the next thing to figure out. But delete the concept of rank. I think we're done with that now. I think we're approaching like lunchtime. But like I said, I'll try to take a quick lunch today, maybe like 15 minutes. And we'll just get done a little earlier in the afternoon. All right, so now it says level 1. This is separated from the other ones. Was that intentional? It doesn't matter if it's intentional. The UI is probably going to change a bit. Okay, cool. So now if I click this, that should be updated and wasn't. Where does that happen? Adventurer panel tab. We probably don't even listen for leveled up. Nope. But we do somewhere. And it's here. So do we have like update life bar in the game? Or on health changed? On health. No, we don't. And do we have battle state changed? No, we don't do anything from this. So we need to know that you leveled them up, but this is a thing that would have leveled them up anyway. So the only way they could level up outside of this is if you use a debug function. And we don't even have any listeners in here, do we? None on the adventurer, it looks like. Oh, look at that. No, that's not a listener. That's just an increment. Yeah, I'm a little torn about this. I'm not sure how I feel. The problem I'm running into right now is this. When you use this debug function to change level, you can see the levels get set to 7 here, but just not up here. Players don't have access to this. So is it really all that important to go make some code that changes this level? Also, if you click a different character, it's going to do that. Oh, you know what we can do? Maybe we just do that. Maybe we have it automatically select the character that's already selected. Yeah, that could work. Because like I said, this is just debug code. So we have debug level up adventurers here. Now let's just select the same character we already had. How do we get that? Do we have the skill or adventurers panel or something like that? I guess the UI probably has access to that. Yeah, here it is. So we could get this, just violate all concerns. Yeah, UI.this.select. Update selected character. That should be all I need to do. First and first, I like your keyboard. Thanks, Zay. I like the keyboard too. I'm a little worried that I keep doing this. If you see in the keyboard camera, this is pushed up by like 3 or 4 inches, which means one of my shoulders is probably farther forward than the other one. And I guess it's because my mouse is also farther forward. Huh. I wonder if that's what's causing that. Why would I keep... I should probably pay attention to that. Probably means I'm going to hurt myself at some point. All right, what we just do? Oh, yeah, that. So now we've hit grant most things, and that turns to 7. Yeah, cool. Cool. And I think that's it, right? We have not updated the tooltips. I'm not super concerned about that right now. Maybe we should just change it, though, because what else even refers to that? Nothing. Yeah, let's change the tooltip then. Your current rank. And we'll delete this. So your current level. Increase your level by eating Wisdom Sludge. Higher levels increase stats and can grant a skill point. We need to make that clear. And the maximum level is that. Yeah, maybe we update the tooltip when we do this part. Oh, there I go again, moving the mouse farther on the keyboard. I gotta stop that. Make sure tooltips reflect how this works. Yeah, nice. I already have it written down. Wow, I'm just on fire lately. Everything's coming up Millhouse. All right, your current level. Increase your level by eating Wisdom Sludge. Okay, problem. That's going to show up even before you're able to increase your level. Because you need the farm, and you don't have the farm in the first, like, 10 minutes of the game. I'm not sure what we want to do about that. Do we hide that text until you unlocked the farm? I could see it going either way, to be honest. I think putting this here is fine, and at some point you'll be like, what in the world is Wisdom Sludge? And then you'll unlock the farm. Or actually, I guess even this just tells you, allows you to grow crops that can level up your adventurers. Yeah. And then you eventually talk to this. Okay. Yeah, cool. All right. Let's check it in. So this is deleting rank from the game, and this is technically separate, which we should check in separately. In fact, let's check that in now. This is going to be reflect level of adventurers in in UI. As mentioned in a prior commit, you can only level up via a debug function right now, but that function didn't make the adventurer's pane, didn't update the adventurer's pane. Slimy panel UI. Yeah, this one's okay. So this is just a color shift of this. This one looks great. It's green, it's drippy. This slime is drippy. This slime is going to be on fire. So its dialogue should probably look charred, and we just don't have that yet, and I can't draw. So it's just a palette swap for now. But yeah, imagine that this looks like it's burnt or something. I mean, maybe ideally it looks like it's on fire, but we can't really animate this. And I think that fire would look like it should be animated, whereas the little drippy things, you could just say it's really, really viscous. Things that people don't care about. All right, so this is just the one change, right? Yeah. Commit that. And then this is removing rank from the game. Yeah, remove ranks from the game. This, yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Okie doke. Delete the concept of rank. Done. Okay, so it is 12:14. Like I said, I'm probably gonna do a quick lunch break. And then can we finish all of this stuff? Yeah, I think we can. Oh, this is gonna be fantastic. Although I guess what we should do after that is actually write the infrastructure for leveling, right? Let me think about this. Well, we already have that, don't we? See if leveling up works by, or like, I guess get leveling up to work end to end and just treat the level up button as temporary. It could even be a debug button. No, it could just be temporary. I think it's fine. It should take sludge. Well, it should make sure you have enough sludge. Then it should take that sludge and it should level up your character and update the UI accordingly. Yeah, cool. Oh, wow. I don't think the rest of this is going to take all that long to do. Maybe an hour, 2 hours. I'm not talking about balance, by the way. Balance is going to take like 40 hours. But yeah, this stuff shouldn't be too bad. I'm so excited. I'm just so excited. We've been working since, when was the last major launch? I don't even know. Anyway, a month and a half, 2 months, something like that. And just haven't really been getting feedback during that time, which is kind of a shame. And yeah, we'll be able to get feedback again. This is already written there. Wait, is it written there? Yeah. Okay, so here's how I think this is going to work. It is 12:16. I'm going to probably take like 15 minutes for lunch. I'm going to try to do a very quick lunch break and then come back and just get right back to coding pretty much. I do this pretty rarely. Usually I try to take a proper amount of time for a break, like an hour or so. Well, I'll just leave the stream running for that time. If you haven't already wishlisted the game, by the way, please do consider it. And yeah, let me switch to a different screen here. Is it this? Yeah, cool. All right, again, I'm not going to bother fixing that UI. All right, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I hope you all have a good time. See you soon. Okay, hello again, everybody. Everybody who's still here. Let me show chat for a bit while I raise my desk, which means I need to unplug this thing. Hang on a second. Okay, move this over here. There's very, very little space for a chair. All right, good. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Sinistello. Oh, uh-oh. Okay. I have a gaming keyboard that's plugged in, and I had to unplug it, but it was hooked on something else. It's still hooked on something. All right. Let's finish raising this thing. Huh, weird. We should be seeing the top of the green screen, but we're not. I'm going to zoom in on this anyway. There we go. I know there's some like fuzziness back here. Hopefully that just goes away. Yeah, it's not too bad. All right. So I want to finish this stuff up, and then I'm not sure what we'll do with any extra time, but I don't mind just ending early. Today's already been super productive. Like I'm very happy with how things have gone. So what's next? Every X level is granted a skill point. So require changing this. So what we need to figure out is how many levels should it take to get each skill point. And option 1 is you get them every X levels, and option 2 is we plan a sequence that isn't linear. So like levels, 3, 8, 20, 45, I don't know, something like that. I like the consistency of option 1, and I think that's what's best. I'm leaning heavily toward option 1 for consistency and the ability to set X pretty low if we want. So now the question is, what is X? What if we said X equals 3? What would that do? So, what in the world? Stop this. All right, you start at level 1. You get your first skill point at 3. So it'd be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. That would give you 4 skill points. 5, 6. So 6. This would be 6 skill points, and this is where we had kind of planned for things to end. So you'd kind of sort of end the game around level somewhere between 10 and 15 probably. But maybe we say the max is 20 or 21 or something like that, 19. I don't know. Probably setting it to 20 is good and just giving you a final skill point then, which would work out to what? 15, 17, 19, 20. So 10 skill points total. 10 skill points. I think for ease, what we should do is probably just say every even number, every even level, you get a skill point. That probably works out better. That way I don't need to do anything crazy. So it'd be 1, 2, 4, or sorry, it wouldn't be 1. It'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, etc. Yeah, so still, what does this do for us? Is this like a good enough power curve? Skill points. I guess we need to figure out how stats will go up. I guess the same way they always have. All adventurer data. Yeah, the way they were rising is like +2, +3, +5, +11. So start rising pretty rapidly toward the end, which probably means you're going to start doing a ton of damage. But if we only have 20 levels, I mean, this progression, even if we keep it going in the way that it's going, we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need 13 more levels. So even if it started raising by like 1,000 each, we wouldn't get into 6 digits. And I don't even think we should go that high. Yeah, okay. I think it's pretty reasonable. I think it's easy enough to remember that at every even level, you'll get another skill point.
But what if we made it so that you got a skill point at every level? Hey, Wendy. Wendy, how much work have you done since you ended the stream and now? I'm curious. Want some insight into Wendy's life? So we could have you get a skill point on every level. I'm still I don't think I want to do that. I want to at least try this way out. Every 2 levels you get a skill point, and we just plan for you to have about 20 levels in the game maximum. One thing we've seen. Oh, we also got to delete the end of demo reward thing, right? Have to delete the end of demo reward. Hey, Matt. Went for a walk, ate food. Just got to the PC. About to crack on with more work. Ah, yes, cracking on. I played out a whole series of jokes in my head, and I'm not going to vocalize any of them. All right, what I'm trying to envision here is we have. Oh, why is that open? We have a way in the game of granting you close out of this of granting you 4 extra skill points, and when we did that, the power level definitely rose of all of the adventurers. I guess here's my actual concern. Leveling up gives stats, and every other level gives a skill point. Will it be obvious where your power is coming from? Like, will skill points still have enough sway in the game? And I think they can. I think they're all pretty much already set up to do that. Like the rogue, if we unlock every single skill, which we can't even do. I should probably make it so we can unlock all of these at once, huh? Like quick strike gets faster, so this is just doing 1% more damage. Same thing here. I think same thing with everything, really, right? Nothing adds a flat amount of damage, does it? It's percentage, percent. This is a new ability, but it's based on your power. This is a new ability based on your power, and that's a percentage. Okay, I mean, so far so good. Percent. Yep. Cool. Okay. What about this? Yeah, I'm not going to look through the rest of these. I think they're all set up to do that already. So I think we just don't worry about this for right now. We just code this plan and figure it out. So great. So every 2 levels, not every 2 levels, every even level grants a skill point. This will require changing stat computations level of adventurers. Make sure tooltips reflect this. Make sure we set a maximum level somewhere. Let's go do all that stuff. Max level, max adventurer level. We set this to 20. Yeah, lots of we. I'm really just referring to Matt and me because Matt is the second skeleton that everyone gets. Although, spoiler, I will probably rename that. I just said this because you were the one talking at the time. I learned about skincare. Well, welcome back. Yeah, I set up ads to do that so that it got rid of pre-rolls for people. It plays 3 minutes of ads every hour now, and now new people who join the stream aren't hit by ads. I'm still not sure which is better, and I haven't been paying attention to like follower counts and everything, because all I'm really concerned with is just making progress on the game. Yeah, the way I looked at it is if you join a new stream and you immediately get an ad, you'll probably just turn it off and go to a different stream. And what I should have done is try to see like, okay, did that improve follower counts or something? But I never ask for followers anyway, and I think people need the nudge in order to remember to follow. But like I said, I'm just focused on what's going to let me make this game. I hate ads when you join. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily make me tune away from a stream if I'm on my computer, because then I can just do something else anyway. But if I'm on my phone, yeah, I will probably just close the stream immediately. All right, what was I going to do? I was gonna make it so that, oh yeah, this level of adventure. So this improved your level, and if the level is even, if AC.level %2 equals 0, then increase your number of skill points. I don't think this is right at all. Wow. I deleted some very, very important piece of information, which is that your stats are never going up now, are they? The life of this is 150. Yeah, that's wrong. At least we made a readme for this, huh? How fun. Okay, reflect tavern bonuses. This, it's got tavern in the name, which is why I'm like, oh, we need to delete this. But actually, we need this. Anytime an adventure is created or leveled up, or whenever you complete a quest, this function should be called. It's safe to call multiple times in a row. So now it's really just anytime an adventure is leveled up, in which case we can just put this into level up. Let's go put this here. Delete all of this stuff. Delete this. We already have this. We need these other things. So base max life. What is this? Total max life equals base plus tavern. Total power. This is just going to be this. Max life at this level. And then we call this power at this level. Oh, and fortitude. We need fortitude as well. I guess we're just directly setting that. Well, I don't want to just set all these things then. Who cares? We don't need intermediate variables for this stuff. That's weird that this is called health. Okay. All right. Pretty happy with that. All right, so that's it. We're pretty much just done with that. Not really, I guess. We need to come up with 13 more levels worth of stats. Yuck. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this at all. Yeah, I think herein lies the problem of having many levels. Because the way we kind of need to plan this is roughly what level do we expect you to be at any point in the game? And then what stats do we want you to have at that point in the game? Excuse me. So what we could do, for example, you can't improve your level between the farm or the forest and the canyon. So there's literally nothing you can do between these. You should win every single battle. But then as soon as you get past it, now you'll unlock the farm. So now you can start improving your level. Probably the volcano should be a little too difficult for you at first so that you can learn to level up your adventurers, or else you'll just never beat the volcano. So we probably want to require you to be at least level 2 for that. How much does the third adventure cost? Doesn't matter. We still have to balance. So yeah, I guess we need to answer the question of like, what level should you be before you get to the crypt? Because this is the only way you'll be able to level up your, or the only way you'll be able to strengthen your characters is by leveling them up. And yeah, and what are we doing by requiring you to level up? We're making it so that you need to farm and fish enough to be able to get more strength. And this is the only way to increase your strength. It does kind of make me think that maybe every third level should give you a skill point. And we need to have some wiggle room anyway, where you can increase your level beyond what we expect you to have it at. Yeah. Okay, let's make it so that by the time you do the crypt, we expect you to probably be level 4. Maybe we say like roughly 2 levels per, actually that's a pretty good way of doing things. 2 levels per phase, or per boss, I guess. So like the canyon, you have to be level 1. That's your first boss. But maybe we say the crypt, which is the second boss, we expect you to be level 4, and then every time thereafter, like third boss, we'd say you're level 6 for it, and so on and so forth. So just the first one's a little bit weird, and then we expect you to have 3 levels for that. I think that could work. Yeah, I think that can work. So that's how we should code these things too. And then what do we say? The final boss, which is probably the 7th boss. So first boss, you're not leveling up for. Second is that. So we'll have, anyway, this would be level 14, but that would mean we'd have like 6 extra levels after that. But you'd be in the same phase of content unless there's some like bonus endgame content. So at some point we just need to stop worrying about this. I guess we'll make levels linear at that point. Probably linear growth for this. So level 1 to 4. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. This is going to be so annoying to do. I'm going to change like a billion different values here. I'd love to just not do this. But there's no way around it. All right, we have one more little piece of planning, I guess, for this, which is like what amount of power jump should there be between phases? So let's say that you just beat the crypt and have 100 life and 10 power. How much life and power should the third boss take? Maybe we say like 30% more. So at any given point, there's like a jump of 30%. So 130 life and 13 power. In which case there are 2 levels to give that amount. So each level would give you 15% after a phase. No, it would give you 15% pretty much always. So you're roughly always getting like 15% more powerful. Yeah, let's aim for that. let's aim for that. So how do I want to do this now? Okay, I know what I want to do. At least I think I know what I want to do. I think I want to fudge this a little bit. So I think what we want is some like life growth percent, a power growth percent, and a fortitude growth percent. And these are going to be per adventurer. And then we have base stats. And we just let some formula figure this out for us pretty much. So I'm going to go write something really fast to do this. And yeah, let's go try this out. So temp main.js. Whoops, that was not JS, that was JLS. So we need base power. What do I want to set this to? I want to start with low enough numbers that can still change in a decent way. So yeah, maybe we start with 10. Yeah. Let base health. Hey, Buck. Base life started at what, 200? What was the lowest base life? It was 150. Let's start it at 100. And base fortitude, I think we said for a lot of adventurers is going to go up by barely anything. So base fortitude is going to be 1. Yeah, 1. All right, so these are like the lowest stats of any adventurer that we're ever going to have. And then we need some concept of health multiplier. And our average we're going to have for any classes is going to be 15%. And let num or like max level equals 20. All right, then we need to code in some, well, we don't need to code in any phase change things, I guess. Okay, so for I equals, or I guess level equals 1 level is less than or equal to max level. Oops, level. So we figure out, well, I guess this thing already kind of knew what to do, huh? Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, let's work with that. Let's see what happens. Oh, round down. I don't want to do this way. Math dot, well, round up. It doesn't really matter. Round up or down. Because I don't know if we're going to use these numbers. Did that work? Yeah, this did not work. What happened here? Math.pow of 100 and the level being, or no, not 100, 1.15 and 2 is 1.3. Why is the health 200? Base health 100 times math.seal, math.pow. Yeah, it's 200. Why is that? What is this? 2. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh my god. Right, my bad. The ceiling was supposed to be on the whole thing, not just that. Okay. Fine. That dot ceiling on the whole thing. Nope, I accidentally put in something. All right, that's more like it. Yeah. Okay, health numbers get a tiny bit crazy. I mean, we can round these to the nearest 10 or 50 or something like that. Power, fortitude. Yeah, so this isn't too bonkers or anything. Am I happy with this? Oh, technically level should be like -1 here, I think. Will that work? Yeah, so now you start with the base stats. All right, that's even better. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. So we can use this to dictate the different adventures, or we could just code in this formula. I don't think rounding power and fortitude makes sense to like the nearest multiple of 5, let's say. But rounding health to the nearest multiple of 5 is probably a good idea. Those are great for weightlifting. These things? Yeah. I think this one's starting to go. They start with a little bit of a texture on it, and it's like been worn down completely. So I got to get a new one at some point. All right. Anyway, here was our I don't even know what our hypothetical worst class in all stats. So now we want to afford some variance across the classes in ways that make them stand out. So a rogue, for example, might have even less than the normal fortitude multiplier, but way more than the normal power multiplier and like an average health multiplier. So maybe this is what the rogue looks like. Oh my god. What happened there? Changing the health multiplier by just 5% made them lose 800 life. Okay, these are pretty sensitive. The paracord rings. I remember you telling me about these. Yeah. Why? Main reason why I don't wear rings is weightlifting, because it'll hurt my finger or skin in a way than not wearing it. Why are these better for weightlifting? These are very squishy. So you pretty much won't really feel it. And if it ever gets caught on something, it's just going to tear the ring and not your finger. Okay, so these are very sensitive. So if we change this by even a little bit, we've just gotten rid of 200 life, which is probably fine. But do these differentiate themselves enough early on? Because that's what I'm worried about now. It's like the difference between the original and this one is now 1 life. and then it's 3 life, and then 4, and then 6, and then 9. It starts to deviate a little bit more, but it's still not a ton. And even the power isn't really changing too much. I think we just need to hand code these. I mean, we could come up with a formula, but the formula needs to probably take... It probably... Right now, what we have is a percentage-based thing. We also probably need to take level into account. So some quadratic equation, I guess. AX squared plus BX plus C. The C is the base health that we have, the base stats. And all we have is this now. No, this isn't even true. What am I talking about? This is this to the power of your level. Yeah, maybe I thought about this wrong. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do for this yet exactly. But I don't really want to put a lot of thought in this now. I need to spend some time balancing this stuff. I think it's worth separating these tasks. And this task is just like allow for leveling up. And then there's going to be another task that's going to be balance the level ups. So I really probably should just plug in a bunch of fake numbers here. And this is interesting, so I want to pursue it now, but it's really not worth it. So yeah, let's just go plug in some fake data. So all of these, power per level, these are all on their own lines right now, right? Yeah. All right, so we need to add in a bunch of other values here. So we'll just put in the last value a bunch of times. That's 2, 4, 6, 8 levels, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, same thing for this. I think I added too many. I think that's right. I don't know. It'll complain at me if it's not right. And then same thing here. We're just going to take this last value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, that should do it. Yeah, so let's try running this. We should have 20 elements in each of those arrays for every single class. And if we didn't, it should have just errored at us. So let's say we just delete one of these, for example. So now it's gone. It should produce an error. And it should say you're missing, hopefully it's specific, but if it isn't, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, which doctor does not have stats defined for each level? Perfect. Cool. So we've defined them all. They're not balanced. We're not going to worry about balance yet. And then that's it. We can now level up. We don't really have a way of doing this in the game, I guess. We'll get there. Like I said, the rest of this stuff shouldn't take too long. So we have 150 health. If I click this button, we have 315 health, 75 power, 17 fortitude. That's probably correct. It doesn't really matter because none of these are supposed to be all that balanced right now. Who has the most fortitude? You do, 12%. All right, pretty neat. And we got 10 skill points. So if we had every single skill, we'd be able to make a very, very powerful build here. Cool. Very cool. This is going to be fun. This is definitely going to be fun. All right, so now make sure tooltips reflect how this works. Let's go do that. Level : where is that tooltip? There. Where's the tooltip thing? Oh man. All right, fine. I guess the better way to search for it is just by looking for this. Your current level. Increase your level by eating Wisdom Sludge. Higher levels increase stats. Every every even numbered level, you get a skill point. And the maximum level is 20. Yeah, I think that's good. Anything else? Any other tooltips that need to be modified? What do these things say? Get skill points by defeating elite monsters. Not anymore. Get skill points. Not gonna find it. What? Yeah, what? Where does that show up? Where does that show up? Get skill points by defeating elite monsters. By defeating elite monsters. Why couldn't I search for this? Oh, it says skills points. Oh. Okay. I I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I was reading the skill points the entire time. Get skill points by defeating elite monsters. So this is incorrect. Now this is get skill points on every even numbered level. Changes in skills only take effect in future battles. Yeah, that's good. All right, let's make sure all the other tooltips are correct on our skills points. Probably ignore those PO2 files for now. Changing them does actually affect the game though, right? No, it doesn't. Uh-oh. So we need to search for skills points somewhere else. All right, well, it still changes here. And this gets split up. I don't know the pluralization there. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, this is... I need to change the scene. Yeah, here it is. Get skill points by defeating elite monsters. You get 1 skill point on every even numbered level. Changes in skills only take effect in future battles. Okay. Adds 1 skill point just for us devs. Unlock this skill using the button at the bottom. Cost to unlock a skill rises every time any adventurer unlocks a skill. Good. Okay, all those tooltips are fine. It's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, cool. All right, all the tooltips look good. I think we're good on that. Yeah. All right, let's go check that in. We should probably regenerate these files. Localization, internationalization, I18N. Here it is. All right, generating these files for scenes. Extracting strings and execute text. Say we need to do this through the editor. Contains the steps needed to select which scenes to extract strings from. Wait, so we don't have an automated way of doing this for everything? I wonder if I should even run this right now. We only changed the one scene, Adventurers panel tab, and apparently we can just go in here and Localization. What is this in project settings? Localization, generation. Where is it? Adventurers panel tab. I don't even see that in here. I think I'm going to ignore this for now. Yeah. All right, so we fleshed out stats, but we certainly haven't balanced these. Yeah, everything's looking good. Allow leveling up to level 20. You get a skill point on every even numbered level. And the stats haven't been balanced and are largely copy pasted. Good. So what's next? Remove the explorer from the game. This is sad. The sad day to be an explorer. The explorer's original function was when you lost an elite battle, it would teach you how you were supposed to beat them. And we had this cool graphic, which I absolutely love, and I want to use for something. I don't know what. But whatever, we'll still have the graphic for the future. We did not have a custom explorer graphic, though, so it's not like we'll lose out on that. But yeah, the way this worked was you'd buy hints. They would show up on the map. It's just not a great system. What we're replacing this with is the level up system. If you can't beat an elite, just go level up some more. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a lot to do to get rid of this thing. Quite a lot. Let's get started. Anything special in here? Click the hints button. I'm going to keep track of things we need to delete. Explorer. Click NPC is not unique. Hint shop dialogue content. Anything else? No, that's it here. Okay, cool. So we can delete this. Delete the explorer. Reveal. Done. Okay, so those are gone. Explorer hut should be deleted as well. This had really nothing special with it. Explorer hut. I mean, if we're searching for explorer, we're going to find explorer hut too. So reveal this, delete that. Good. Explorer hut. Delete the scene as well. What was in the scene? Things to find and delete. And then things to do. Move Explorer Hut graphic to unused folder. Oops, I meant to select all this. Anything else in here? Sprite, Explorer, no, nothing special. Okay. Scene path, we don't have that anymore. Explorer also shouldn't exist, good. Create Explorer Hut. The Explorer sign needs to be deleted. Oh my god, so many of these. All right, done with that. Delete all of these things now. Built the Explorer needs to go away. Oh, the town save data has to change too. Okay, has built Explorer. I guess delete that stuff. Has built is in what, progression data? Has built Explorer. Yeah, there it is. You don't need this anymore. What is this for? Has unlocked Explorer. As long as you lose to a boss that you've never actually beaten before, then we want to show the hints button. Oh man. All right. Hints button. So that's going to be gone. Has beaten this elite boss before. So this thing's going to go away. So then anything that this makes turn squiggly here is also going to need to go away. which case actually ended battle is nothing now, right? So now everything is squiggly, which means, yeah, this function can be deleted. Is this signal even needed anymore? Yes, it is. Why is it needed for this, though? Oh, interesting. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so just delete this. Ended battle. Cool. Let's keep going with this. Show Explorer sign is going to be done away with. Show Explorer sign. Oh, has lost boss battle. We don't technically need to keep track of that anymore. I wonder if we should anyway, just because it might be an interesting stat of like, did you ever lose a boss battle in the game? I don't mind if we keep that around. But we don't really need it, do we? Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like this stat isn't used now, but we don't have achievements in the game. And there could be an achievement in the future, like beat every boss without losing one of them. I don't think it's an interesting achievement, and I don't think it's very fun because it really just means like grind a lot. Yeah, let's get rid of it. Yeah, I don't see a need for it now. I don't think we should keep it around. What was that called though? We should probably keep what this was so we can know to delete that. All right, any others? Don't need that. Don't need this. Don't need any of that. Don't need on battle ended. On battle ended is still used for something though, right? Yes, just there. And what's this for? Granting items. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I don't know how this happened. Huh. Wait, what? No. That's got to be stale. Yeah. Okay, what next? Built the Explorer. Where's that used? This was used in the town menu to show the hints button, which is going to be deleted. Yeah. Show hints. Hide buildings menu. Click hints button. All right, we'll get rid of that in a bit. I want to finish working my way through the other stuff first. Oh, we can delete it from the scene as well. Let's remember that. Town menu has a hints button somewhere, that thing. Goodbye. Oh, okay. Said it's modulate correctly. Not anymore. All right, so what's this? Unlocked hint for instance. This should just be deleted. So now this is the next enemy of the state here. Let's go figure this out. Unlocked. Purchased hint instance IDs. Oh man, all the tooltip stuff. Make sure we don't show this in tooltips on the battle map. Do we have the game open still? Yes, we do. Okay, let's go test this out. Because I want to have some pictures of this stuff. So here's one. There's GIMP. And then we want to go lose to that. Start battle by. And then here's what it looks like when you've unlocked it. It went away. Okay. Well, this is bricklaying. You gotta remove some things from the game sometimes. Unlocked hint for instant. We have that there already, yeah. Any others? This whole function is gonna go away. Purchase hint IDs. And this purchase hint, for instance, we already have this written down too, right? Almost, not quite. And this whole thing's going to go away, right? Yeah. Purchase hints instance IDs. Yeah, purchase hint, for instance, goes away. Which now should cause an error farther up in the file. All right, how we doing? What happens when I search for Explorer? Okay, well, unfortunately, Explorer shows up in a couple different spots. There is an Explorer graphic here inside of default static.tres. What uses default static? Sprite frames for NPCs. And that's inside of the NPC scene. So let's go into NPC and delete the Explorer, I guess. They're still kind of used for a lot of things, though, aren't they? Because that's our generic portrait. And that's what we set everything to, right? Including... How do you know which one's default? You don't? Am I changing them by doing this? If I click Weapon Vendor and go away and come back. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if this is changing things. But it doesn't really matter. I guess if we just look at the Explorer scene that we have, failed due to missing dependencies on this. Yeah, sure, open anyway. This should have it set to the Explorer. Yeah, so we just need to call this like generic NPC or something like that. But we're going to delete this entire scene. So show in file system and delete. I know what I'm doing, me every day at work. You probably know what you're doing, just like how I said that and I know what I'm doing. Open, delete this. Now there's signs, or town scene has signs in it. It should know that this was deleted. Well, what? What happened here? Did it say it can't delete this because it's being used? I thought it was just saying it's going to remove some other things. No, that worked. Why is this still here then? Can't open. Might have been moved or deleted. Yeah, good. Oh, there was a question I had. Oh yeah, NPC. We got to rename this. How do you rename this? Let's just rename it through here. Explorer. Name Explorer. We're just going to say generic NPC. And hope that doesn't bite us. All right, the readme doesn't matter. Explorer's hut. We're moving that. But that doesn't matter right now. Farmer had Explorer. We're calling this generic NPC. Was there a space though? I don't recall. Generic NPC. No, there was no space. Okay, Fisher had the same thing. Generic NPC. Explorer cost isn't needed. Why is this even showing up? This doesn't say Explorer. When I only search for Explorer, it says Explore. What? I'm honestly confused by this. What? I searched for Explorer and it's not, there's no other R here. And it's only the whole word that I'm searching for. Oh, it went away. Weird. Huh. I don't know what caused that. Hey, Hoshiar. How to customize Godot layout? What are you looking for in particular? Because I think you can just move things around however you want. Although I'm not going to try that because I don't want to have to repin it. But yeah, you should just be able to drag things wherever you need them to be. Or resize things. If you're talking about the file system has a couple different layouts. You can choose split mode or not. I look for something specific nobody knows. What is the specific thing you're looking for? Like, are you trying to get a window positioned in a certain location? Because in general, like, you can maximize things. You can make certain panels just take up the full screen vertically. There are a lot of controls that are just kind of built in, and maybe one of those does what you want, and maybe you need something special. How to put file systems separate between scene and game editor panel. Between scene and game editor. Oh, you want another column like in the middle here? Yeah, I don't know if that's possible. I guess you could put it here and then just switch tabs, but that's not apparently what you want. In fact, now I don't know how to get this back to where it was. Oh, hey, we have like a make floating and move to bottom. Yeah, apparently. Oh, hey, there we go. Okay, that does it. And now you just want these in the 2 different spots, right? So we just move this to the side and this to the other side. Yeah, there. That's exactly what you want, right? How I missed? Just go back and watch the VOD. And please stop segmenting your messages. Yeah, I'm going to set this back to what it was. Uh-oh. It doesn't look good. There we go. All right, now I want this at the bottom. There, cool. Okay. All right, so let's finish this up. So we do need to move that at some point. While the Explorer is using this sprite, don't let customers also look like the Explorer. I'll say while generic NPCs are using this sprite, don't let customers also look like this. New short. I'm not sure how many people would want to know about that. And it's not even something I use. I got to write this down somewhere. Fix my BRB screen on OBS. And after we get special NPC graphics, remove the line of code referencing this. What's going on? There. There should probably be an issue open for that. All right, anything else? Battle map marker. If you're having trouble defeating it, consider purchasing a hint. Do we even use beaten instance IDs for anything else? We do. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. As long as it's being used somewhere else, I'm fine with that. Explorer. All right, delete that. Dwells here, and a gimmick and a hint. But the hint isn't going to exist anymore. I guess we need to delete the gimmick data. Well, no, the gimmick can still be there. Delete the hint data from the elite instance data. I do use C# with Godot, yeah. I have a C# command, excuse me, that's very hard to say. C# command. Let's see, what else? I just set it somewhere here. Oh yeah, the instance map. We had the hints thing, and I don't think we want this to look like what it used to look like. Some text here. Oh, with the gimmick and everything, right? Let's just go search for that. What is TSCN? You should Google that. I think these are some kind of basic questions about Godot. Dwells here, put their gimmick in. And then if this exists, then print the extra text, yeah. Let's see. I think we're gonna delete this. Yeah, and just return this text. Okay, cool. Let's go move this before I forget. Explorer hut. This is gonna move to the unused folder that we have. Where's the unused folder? There it is. Okay. Good. So we can mark that as done. That's finished. So if we search for Explorer, we don't find anything now, right? Nothing of value code-wise. Yep, that's done. Show hints. This technically still exists, but probably shouldn't. We also have clicked hints button. That's already on there. So I guess we delete this stuff. Show hint shouldn't be used anymore, though. Good. So now this is gone. Unlocked hint for instance is gone. Purchase hints to instance IDs is still there. This is even in the save data, which needs to be deleted now. We should probably bump the save data version, although no one would have experienced the save data version to begin with. Let's keep going. Has bought hint. What is this used for? Oh, this entire thing, hint purchase entry. This is all gonna go away. Hint purchase entry. Hey, Famazan. Way more code than I expected. Yeah, it got kind of embedded into a lot of other areas because we need the Explorer itself. We need a sign for showing their hut. We need the hut graphic. We need the hint dialogue, which had hint purchase entries in it. When you purchase one of those hints, it needs to show on the map. When you haven't purchased it or haven't unlocked the Explorer, we don't show it. And then there might be a tip talking about this. I'm not actually sure. Tip system. Do we have something about the Explorer here? No. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm glad we're deleting this thing now. All right, any others with this? Yes, still some. So this entire file is going to go away. Let's just see if it does anything that also needs to be deleted afterward. As long as unlocked instance is needed for some other reason, then I think we're fine here. Yeah, we're fine there. All right, what else? Anything? Update button disable. Cool. Yeah, I think we can delete all this. All right, reveal and delete. So there goes that. So now we should probably run this search thing again. Guidance label. What is that? Hint shop. Oh my god, I know what this is. Oh, this has to go away too. As do the corresponding scenes. So any scene with hint in the name. Technically capitalized H, because maybe hint shows as a substring somewhere. This should also be deleted. Hint shop dialog, hint purchase entry. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Okay. We're getting there. We are getting there. Clear these and then add any that you had saved. No way to have any saved now. All right, we're done with that one. We're slowly working our way through this list. Yeah. Has lost boss battle. So we're deleting this, is what I decided. Yeah. That's done. Anything here? Yes, the scene file. Let's go delete those. Hint. Delete. Oh, you can't delete two at once. Yes, you can. All right, so that's gone, right? Yep. Click the hints button. That's actually technically not gone, but now it is. Hint purchase entry gone, and any scene with hint in the name. So now hint shouldn't show up. Ah, see, it is a substring within tiles. The H in T hint. So let's see if any of these are interesting to us at all. Having trouble beating an elite monster. This is in an out of date DOT file now. These are all different forms of the word hint. That's fine. That's fine. That we still need to delete. Instance data hint needs to go away. These are fine. That's fine. And yeah, cool. All right, we're good. Make sure we don't show this in tooltips on the battle map. I think we got rid of that. And then delete hint data from elite instance data. Elite instance data. All right. That goes here. We delete the hint. Do we even really need the gimmick? I guess it's really just flavor text, not really gimmick. Maybe we rename this to battle map flavor text or something like that. Yeah, I'll write that down. Consider renaming gimmick to battle map flavor text. So there is no hint stuff anymore. And then anywhere that was used should have already been deleted. Yeah, because we don't have .int anywhere, right? No. And the final thing is just potentially changing the word gimmick, which only shows in what, a few places, right? Get elite specific tooltip text. Yeah, I think we'll rename this battle map flavor text. All right, we should be able to run this. That was a mega change. We messed up one thing. I deleted the town hall somehow. How did I mess that up? Oh, I accidentally changed it. That doesn't count. If there are no other errors, I'm counting this as 100%. If there are other errors, then I'm not. Okay, yeah, that was just a typo. I accidentally typed something into a file. It wasn't me logically making a mistake. It's my fingers making a mistake. All right, so let's go take a look. We open up the map. We go over to here. It says we need to unlock it. We unlock it. It says the ogre dwells here. Ogre doesn't have any special abilities. They're just really strong. Cool. So what happens if we lose there now? There is no explorer sign. There is no special thing going on there. There are no errors. Hey, Thomas. All right. Wow. That was not actually all that bad. Yeah. So we've removed the explorer from the game. Hints are no longer a thing now that you'll be able to level up to decrease the difficulty of the game. Yeah. Let's look through all the changes. This shouldn't take very long. It's just going to be a ton of red. And if nothing broke here, then I'm not super concerned about anything. We also search for the word explorer, the word hint. So pretty much everything that the explorer did should just be gutted from the code base. Yep. Yep. Looking good so far. We might have missed some UID files. I actually don't know if there's a way to check. Do all of our UID files that exist need to exist? I doubt the tool does something about that. But I don't, it's like practically no impact if those exist anyway. It's not like they affect players. They only affect us as devs. And even then, very, very minimally. Cool. Yeah. Looks good. Hey, Pressel. It has been going great today. Today has been a fantastic day for productivity. Just great. All right, done with that. Script the first boss so that you always win as long as you have 2 adventurers, since there's no way to increase your power at that point in the game. Yeah, so how do we do this? We need to make it so that you always win, but not make it super obvious. We could make the boss do less damage as it attacks and hope you don't notice. We could give the boss a chance to miss. Anything with a chance means that it might fail, in which case you still lose. So I guess it can't be anything about a chance to happen. We could make it so that the boss misses when the attack would have won at the battle. But that's also not going to potentially work, because that means that potentially it misses when attacking the mage, which might make you think your mage has a chance to dodge, and it doesn't. But maybe you'd think the ogre has a chance to miss, which it technically does, and it just goes to 100%. Also, depending on how we balance this, maybe this will just never be an issue. That's another way we could do this. So here's option 1, is something like this. Make it so that the boss misses when the attack would have done it. Option 2 is just make it so that there is no possible set of moves that can happen such that you lose. So basically just like tone down the boss's power. So even if they were to take out your rogue first and then take out your mage, or vice versa, they still never have a way of winning. But I think that decreases the tension a little bit. I kind of want to try option 1. Oh, wait a second though. There's going to be a problem here, right? This would need to be able to check its own level. Maybe option number 2 is better. Because what I was thinking is we have all, what is it? All enemy data? The ogre has an ability, basic attack with specific cooldown. We would need to give them an ability that says like basic attack, but it can't ever kill the enemy party. But then we remove that when you fight the ogre another time. So it would need a way of querying the battle system to see what the level of it is. And it doesn't have that, although it certainly could have it. It's only used for elite instances, so the bosses can scale with a level. Yeah, so we could make a new attack and say if level equals 1 and this attack would have won the battle, then make it miss. Yeah. And we call it Ogre Plot Armor. We just make a special class of basic attack that checks the level of the battle. And if it's 1 and this would kill the final target, the final enemy party member, we make it miss instead. Is it worth putting in this effort though? And we could just do option 2 and just make it die faster. I don't know. That's what I'm torn about. Yeah, I don't know what to do. This is one of the things that if you work at a big enough company, and let's say you have 1 million customers, and you have an error that has like a 1% fail rate, that means you're affecting 10,000 customers. People think of 1% as being really low because if you're talking about like chance to do extra damage in a game, yeah, that is pretty low. But when you're talking about like critical failure, 1% is way too high. And I don't think we're gonna have 1 million customers, but still, we had a 1 out of 1,000 failure rate. And it's not like it's the end of the world. If you know that, oh, you lost a battle, just go do it again, then yeah, you just do it again. But some people might get discouraged or they might think, oh, there's something I'm missing or this game isn't clicking with me, and they might just stop playing the game. So that's what we're addressing right now, is that 1 out of 1,000 chance. We're going to try to make it 0 out of 1,000, and both of these ways will do it, but which is better? I'm just going to do option 1. We're just going to go do this. It's foolproof. So we're going to make a new ogre basic attack. Yeah. And we have a basic attack with specific cooldown. We pretty much just want to copy this as ogre basic attack. It gets a new ability ID. It has the same cooldown that we would have had originally. But now this is totally different. Is there any way of figuring out how much damage this will do? Stat computations that get power. We could make that a static thing too. Public static. What is that? A float? Yeah, float. Get damage. There we go. So this turns into get damage. Okay, so we need to check if the battle is level 1. Check if the attack will win the match. And if so, make the attack miss. Which is not even something I can easily do here, right? Deal damage is what could potentially cause the miss. Mischance. Mischance is through. Oh, there's an extra mischance passed in. Damage info. We can pass that in. We could just make the ogre stop attacking. Actually, what if we just did that? Then we don't need to force a miss or anything. If so, don't attack. So it is a pacifist ogre at that point. He just wants to pummel you until you're almost dead. Yeah, he falls asleep. he's practically dead. He's like, I think now's a good time to sleep. I'm pretty tired. All right, do we have a way of getting the level? We can just make this public. Yeah, we might need it in the future anyway. All right, so let's pull this into a property, rename it to level, get private set, delete that, fetch this from here. So if battle.level is equal to 1, and I guess in here we'll do some of these checks now. Okay, so the very first time you fight the ogre, you have plot armor and cannot lose. No, wait, as long as there are 2 adventurers, though. Very first, no, okay, hold on. So it's actually, if you haven't ever beaten the ogre and you have 2 adventurers, then we force you to win by stopping the ogre from attacking. Yes, we need to check to see if you have 2 adventurers as well. So how do we do that? Because once your party has a dead party member, I don't know how we'd get that information. I guess we have this. Okay, well, that was easy. Okay, so the battle is 1 and battle adventures count is at least 2. And the attack would kill you. Then don't attack. Yeah, so now how do we check if it'll kill you? We need to know how many living adventurers there are. So there is a get enemy targets. This should only be living targets, though, right? Here it is. This is exactly what I want. Num living adventurers is equal to battle.get by team, where the team is team.player. Dot count. Is this just an enumerable? Yeah. Shouldn't we be able to do that? Oh, and we need link for that? So if the number of living adventurers is only 1, then we check to see if it would kill you. So now we need to know how much damage it would do. Damage equals basic attack dot get damage of the entity. And we need to know how much health you have. Oh, so we should actually save this off, shouldn't we? List of, what is the return? Nodes. List node adventurers. Living adventurers. Why is it not finding this? Okay, living adventurers equals this. To list. All right, so if living adventurers dot count is equal to 1, then we check to see the health of that adventurer. Health equals health component dot, we don't even have it. Okay, fine. ECS dot get component, health component. And then we simply do if damage is greater than or equal to health return. Easy. Okay, now for the fun of testing this. Also, this is technically called life, I guess. So we gave the ogre this thing, right? Yeah. All right, so here's what we do now. We make the ogre do 1 billion damage. There. And then when you fight it with 1 adventurer, you will die. When you fight it with 2 adventurers, you will always win. Let's go try that out. So we should die in 1 hit. Perfect. And then we go hire another adventurer. And now we start the battle with each adventurer. And now we should always win because the ogre just won't attack us. It's going to take a long time. But yeah, it worked. Wrecked the mage. Too bad for them. Why won't it attack if there's 2? So I don't want, you have no way of increasing your power level between the forest and the canyon because it's basically the tutorial of the game. So we're pretty much saying you can't lose the tutorial for any other battle in the entire game. And every time you fight the ogre afterward, it can kill you, but just not this very first time. So we're going to win this battle and then we're going to turn on this thing. Uh-oh, that doesn't look good. What happened here? What did happen here? Cannot access a disposed object. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Update level label. That means we're not disconnecting from this event. Oh, yeah, I knew about that. I didn't do anything about that. Okay, yeah, my bad. Yeah, this is so easy to do, too. It had it. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a minor bug fix. But let's go. Let's check that in and then fix bug with unsubscribe listener to prevent exception. Let's try this again. Okay, so we need to allow for battling. Oh, we already have this on. And then if we send in 3 adventurers, oh, you can only send in 2. Yeah, so one of these is going to die immediately. The other one has 7,200 damage. Oh, no, they both died because it thinks that I already beat the battle once. Yeah, perfect. Okay, everything's working. Whew. All right, you now have plot armor. Now we need the ogre to not do 1 billion damage. So here's what it's actually going to look like. This is what new players will see in the game when they do this. So new players will get to the point where they have enough money to hire a second adventurer. There is no way to increase their power level. So then they send both of their adventurers into a battle, and the battle will look something like this. I guess we'll click the speed up button. Oh, never mind. So the ogre is doing 25 damage per hit. It might kill one of your adventurers, but it can never kill them both. And it's not going to be super obvious because the 1 out of 1,000 chance where it would have won, it needs to attack the same adventurer repeatedly. And the odds of that happening are just very, very slim. So see, it killed one adventurer and it looks like I just won the battle normally. Like, it doesn't look like I cheated at all. But we did cheat. Yeah, neat. All right. Not too shabby. I'm going to write a comment up at this level. I'm going to say this ability only exists to grant you plot armor during the tutorial. Oh, in fact, that's what we could have checked for here instead of checking the level. We could have just checked to see, are you in the tutorial? Although you're technically out of the tutorial by this point, but still, anyway. Yeah, so during the, I'll put this in quotes. Maybe I'll just say during your first encounter with it, you have no way of increasing your power level at that point in the game. So the best you can do is have 2 adventurers fighting the ogre. In that case, you shouldn't lose, so that we don't confuse new players into thinking there's something they did wrong. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah. Force win the first boss battle. Read the comment in ogre basic attack. All right, script the first boss. We're done that. Now get leveling to work end to end and just treat the level up button as temporary. It should make sure you have enough sludge, then it should take that sludge and it should level up your character and update the UI accordingly. I'm gonna hit that 1 out of 1,000. I watched a few people play, certainly not 1,000, maybe like, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 maybe. And on one of those battles, one of their adventurers got hit like 5 times in a row, and I'm like, oh my god, this person's gonna hit this 1 out of 1,000 chance. But then it hit the other adventurer, so they won the battle. It must have been early. It was. Because the chance of hitting the same adventurer 6 times in a row is what? 1 out of 2 to the 6, so 1 out of 64. But then your rogue also has a chance to dodge. And there are some other chances that happen. Your mage has a chance to get faster, pretty much. Hey, fat horse. So we had a very precarious system there with the tiny, tiny chance that you would lose. And now you have no chance of losing. All right, so here we're gonna add in a level up button. Do we have sludge in the game, right? Wisdom sludge. Yeah, we have this. It's just not being used for anything yet. So we plug in the button. We figure out what the cost is. That's gonna be difficult. I don't know how we're gonna do that. I guess it can just keep rising by like 15%. I'm not sure what I want to do there. Let's go add the button for now. It doesn't matter where this is because we're not keeping it. So I'm just going to put it beneath this thing for now. But that makes no sense and it shouldn't stay there. Actually, you know what? Maybe putting it up here then is probably better. Yeah, let's do that. All right. So we'll add a new button and we'll say level up. Yeah, except for this bounced this out of view. Why? Because this is anchored differently. Or because that had a maximum size. All right, you know what? Original plan. Just delete that. Oh, wait, no, that already went out of... Oh, never mind. That was all working fine. I didn't realize this was always offset, and it's offset because of the tabs up here. I just didn't see anything in this blank space, and I thought this thing got bumped upward, but it's in the same spot it always was. Okay, cool. All right, so that's the level up button. We're going to call this level up button. We're going to make that unique. We're going to go into here. We're going to fetch that. Private level, or it's just a button, I guess. Level up button. Do we have any buttons we already get? Yeah. Level up. When you press this, we're going to go to level up adventurer. Well, can't put that there. For now, let's just print something out. Just make sure nothing's wrong. Level up. Did I save that? Yeah, I did. Oh, it still says rank in the UI there. Oh, that should be changed. This is very, very minor, but this can now say level :1, not rank Skella baby. We also have an empty separator there. We could get rid of it if we wanted to. All right, so we click this and it should say level up. Yeah, cool. So what we need to do is to ensure you have enough sludge. Take the sludge, grant the level. Oh, and ensure you're not at the max level too. Okay, what we're not going to do is properly disable or enable the button because, like I said, this UI is pretty much temporary. So ensure that you're not at the max level is really easy. We just need to figure out what adventure we're connected to here. It is selected adventure. There we go. Okay, so we need the adventurer component, AC equals ECS. It should know how to do this stuff. Yeah, there we go. We know that something's selected? I guess we do. So if the level is greater than or equal to max, just return. And maybe we print some errors here. Print cannot level up already at max. Yeah, and this could be push error. All right, next, make sure you have enough sludge. So we do, what is this, an integer? Yeah, so then we get an integer here too for the cost. Int sludge cost equals 5. If, now how do we get your, where do we even store the sludge? In the chef slime? The chef slime is public? Well, look at that. We did everything correctly. You might not have the chef slime. So I guess in that case, we need to bail out of this. So if town, is this how this thing is stored? No. If town.chef slime is null, then print an error. Cannot level up. There is no chef slime. Okay, so now we know you have the chef slime. So now we need to figure out how much wisdom sludge you have. If the wisdom sludge is less than the sludge cost, cannot level up, not enough sludge. Okay, otherwise we take the sludge from you. There is no modify thing here. Oh, there is. Why is that? That's private. Oh, because this is typically for modifying it upward. But we should probably allow you to modify this downward, in which case I don't know about having a public setter here. Maybe this should be private. Yeah. And then here we can make this public. And then bump this up in the class a little bit. Okay. And then grant the level. That comes from the town. Oh, and there's no way to call this. Did I delete this? Yeah, well, it's private and nothing's calling it, right? Nope. Nothing's calling it. Let's make it public. This is already at max levels. Shouldn't be possible, so I'm going to just delete that. Oh, it would cause an error, though. Well, it should just be a gd.push error, then. I don't know about doing anything else. And then, yeah, make this public and bump this to where it needs to be, too. Then call that from here. All right, let's try that out. Oh, and then we need to update the UI itself. There's some, oh no, maybe we don't. Maybe it just automatically happens as a result of the signals that we have. Let's take a look. So we click level up. It's going to say we don't have the chef slime because we don't. Cannot level up. There's no chef slime. Okay, so yeah, let's go add in the chef slime. Now the chef slime exists, but we don't have enough sludge. Yeah, we need 5. So we plant some crops and we give it 2, 4, 6. And now we can level up once. Okay, so that worked. It went to 2 here, but it didn't update any of these. And if I click the adventurer again, it does update all of these. So we needed to do that automatically. Oh, that's wrong. Defeat an elite enemy to gain skill points. That's definitely wrong. Defeat an elite enemy to gain skill points is wrong. Also, when you level up, it should unlock that section of the UI. It should only be unlocked for adventurers that have leveled up. Yeah. All right, so updating the UI, that part should be pretty simple. Don't we have a selected, update selected character? Here it is. On character selected. Done. Okay, let's try that. One bug at a time. This is all going great, though. We have been zipping right along here. So now you click level up and, oh, right. I don't have the slime. I should have saved that. All right, let's try this again. 1, 2, 3. We click this. We see the stats go up. All right, I'm going to save before I forget. We can't level up again because we don't have enough sludge. But if I wait for long enough, this will collect enough carrots where we will have enough. Yeah, there. I leveled up to 3 now. And hopefully it's making a sound or something. I don't think it actually is, though. That didn't make a sound. Let me just harvest some carrots myself. No, yeah, it's not making a sound. Okay, we got to code that at some point. That's something I'll do after Kevin's change. After merging Kevin's UI for adventurer progression, Make sure the level up button produces a sound. So this is done. This still needs to be done, and this still needs to be done. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good here. Level up. Sludge looks good. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna write here that this is kind of hastily coded. Only Kevin needs to know this though. So maybe I should just tell Kevin about this. I'll just write a note here. Note, this is hastily coded since the proper UI will come from a PR. Number AC, okay, yeah, I'll still write this in. Number 849. Also, we should enable / disable the button based on some of the error states we see in this function. To do, delete this entire comment. There. That's for Kevin to do. Delete the comment. All right, cool. Add in a level up button. Oh, wait. Whoa. We haven't gotten the proper sludge cost. Figure out the proper sludge cost rather than hard coding it to 5. This is temporary UI until 849 is done. The sludge cost is constant for now. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. We should see what happens when we level up to the maximum, though. We planted a whole farm, so we could get 10 level ups, right? So I can go up to level 11 and then no more. And now we need to plant a whole other farm. And now we'll just make a million workers because I'm not clicking those carrots. Go, my swarm of workers. That's all of the carrots. Okay, good. Now I can level up another. I guess I only needed 9 of those. Yeah. And clicking it anymore should say that I'm at the max level. Yep, already at max. Cool. Okay, next up. Defeat an elite enemy to gain skill points. Whoops. There we go. This is here. So what should this say? Level up. Reach level 2 to unlock your skills. Maybe to... No, maybe it's just this. I'm not sure if that's going to look good. I don't know. Let's just see. Reach level 2 to unlock your skills. Yeah, and this doesn't tell you how to reach level 2. You'll see a level up button. Oh, also it needs a tooltip, I guess. Make sure the level up button has a tooltip, if it makes sense. It would probably have most of the information in the level tooltip. Well, some / most of the information. Yeah, this would need to tell you how. How do we keep that succinct, though? Reach level 2. All right, here's the problem. The first time you see this, you have no way of getting to level 2. You need to beat the first boss to be able to build the farm. You need the farm to get Wisdom Sludge. And then you need crops, well, to be able And then you need to actually plant and harvest crops for the sludge. Your skills will unlock when you reach level 2. It's reassuring that you will get there. So that is a good idea. But I think what I'm not communicating here is how do you get to level 2? And probably it's natural for a lot of people to see like, oh, there are levels in this game. They're not going to read any of this stuff. So they'll just be like, oh, there must be experience. And they go do some battles and they'll never level up that way because there is no experience in this game. So if I don't include how you get to level 2 here, I think it's going to confuse players. And I just don't know how to communicate that succinctly because you won't know. Maybe it should just mention the farm. Like it could say something like, yeah, maybe it's even a conditional message. Like when you don't have the farm, you need the farm to be able to unlock your skills. And maybe we even go one step before this. When you haven't beaten the ogre, you must defeat the ogre before being able to unlock your skills. I mean, you don't have the farm, you need the farm to be able to unlock your skills. And then when you have the farm, reach level 2 to unlock your skills. That is, I mean, it's possible to code this, obviously, but is that the best solution to this? It does guide the player, and it's in ways that you'd know what to do. I think I like the idea. So this would say what exactly? You must defeat the ogre before being able to unlock your skills. And then you beat the ogre and you're like, cool, I get skills now, right? And you come in here and it says you need the farm to be able to unlock your skills. If mechanics not immediately apparent to the player, you can always blame the player and tell them to get good. Yeah, just get good, scrub. Nothing else. 3 words, easily translated. Hey, Juicebox Hero, I've been thinking about you lately. How does your year panned out so far? I would like a Juicebox Hero update, please. I'd like to take whatever time you thought you had coming in here and repurpose it for my own selfish sake. Game came a long way since I was here. Yeah. We've got a lot of... Okay, so first, let me share some quick things here. One, the next demo that we're planning is hopefully going to be April 18th. Up until then, you could play the existing demo, but I highly recommend against it, knowing that the next one is going to be on April 18th. But it is available on Steam if you want to check out the game. What we've done since then is we tried addressing basically every piece of feedback that people had, the major stuff. So we added a farm into the game, and we added a fishing pond into the game. And these are both ways of getting food that you will cook with a chef slime. So the way this operates is you've got this extractor device, you turn this on, and now any potions that you find will be automatically brought here by your workers. When a potion is brought here, it'll plant seeds on your farm, which will then just start to grow. And if you bring enough, it'll eventually put fish in your fishing pond. As I mentioned, these things will just grow on their own. I can force them to grow by just clicking them. And then you harvest it, goes into the chef slime, cooks it, and you get Wisdom Sludge, which you then use to level up your adventurers. And the fishing pond, the way this works is you battle your pond by starting a battle over here and then fighting these little fish off the dock. And when you kill one of these fish, it'll fly out of your pond and into the slime and feed it. Sorry, I'm privacy and security consulting business. Returning to stream soon. Neat. I'm glad to hear it. I thought that maybe possibly I'd minorly offended you with my last DM to you. Because I was like, you should take some time off. And then you never responded. I'm like, uh-oh. But you're back, so I don't feel like I offended you. But you should tell me if you are. Anyway, I don't know if you caught the fish flying in there, whoever was watching this to see. Oh, no, sorry, I'm so bad at DMs. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear you're returning to streaming, too. I remember the fearless inventory and the whole, it didn't really meet any needs at the time, but that you missed your community. So I hope it's fun and easy to slot in, and congrats on the other stuff. I think that's great. Anyway, so going back a step, the reason why these things were added was kind of twofold. One, people were saying that they liked the systems that were in the game already, but they wanted more. And two is that people wanted a way of customizing adventurers. So we have different adventurers, but they always leveled up at the same time. So if your rogue was level 1, then so were all of your other characters. And any new ones that you would get would come in at the same level as all of your other characters. So you could never have a difference in level, which meant if you wanted like a typical RPG to be like, oh, I want to invest in my mage and my rogue. Well, too bad. You invested in everybody all at once. So we allow for some customization by doing things this way. And we used to have quests that would give you power, and now quests just give you workers, which we just came up with the lore for this today. You are a skeleton because you were an adventurer and you died and you started a town. All of the people you hire are also people who had quests while they were alive, but never got to complete them. So you help them complete their quests, and then they join you as a skeleton. So you can make your little army of skeletons over here by just getting enough quests done. And that's how you get more workers in your town to do whatever, bring items to places. So yeah, things are moving right along. Really excited about the feedback on this stuff. Oh, and the other final thing that we did is we added perks to basically everything. So like the garbage slime has perks, the fishing pond has them, farm has them, and the enchanter has them. We don't have enough money for that. Yeah, the enchanter has them too. So there's lots of stuff to upgrade. I guess in total, what? There are 7 here because 2 of these are going to go away. Actually, maybe that one won't go away. I don't know. So maybe like 8 plus 3, 11, 14, 17, and 22. Yeah. Probably need to add some more of those by the time the game launches. All right. So what we were trying to figure out was what should show before you even unlocked the farm. Right now it says reach level 2, and I guess you could hover over level up and see why you can or can't level up yet. Maybe that's enough. Yeah, for now, let's say that's enough. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I do want to at least keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on reach level 2. What does it say? Reach level 2 to unlock your skills. Should we make it conditional? If you haven't beaten the ogre, say this. That's not working. If you've beaten the ogre but don't have the farm, say this. Otherwise, show what's there now about needing to be level 2. What if you start at level 0 instead, or no level at all? Starting at level 0 to me is just kind of unexpected, but also it's not really a solution to the problem we're talking about now. Like whether or not you start at level 0 and this needs to say reach level 1 doesn't tell you how you reach level 1 or how you reach level 2. And we sort of purposely try to steer you away from looking at too much of this at first, so you can just learn how the game works. Like the basic way that the game is going to show you. I'll show this because actually that doesn't matter. It's this one. Yeah. All right, here's how the game will start, because this will contextualize some things for people who haven't seen the game before. The game is going to start with your skeleton reaching Skeletown and saying, I've got the land for Skeletown and now I need adventurers. So you look around and you see a little sign appear out of nowhere and you build a guild. So this is teaching you how to build buildings basically. And then you see this guild master appear and you can hire your first adventurer. So you pick the rogue or the mage, doesn't really matter what you pick, they're both viable. And then it points up here saying you can send them into battle. So we're teaching you about building, hiring, and sending your adventurers into battle. So we click start battle and your mage walks to the portal. They get into a fight. The game tells you that the game plays itself, basically. Your adventurers fight automatically for you. It plays out this little battle thing. And then let me speed this up a little bit. So you win the battle. And it says, the mage won their first battle and found a potion. Where do I sell it? Click look around. It teaches you about building your shop now. So here's our shop. And now our worker will go pick up the potion. And we'll bring it to your shop. and then customers can come buy it. Here come the customers now. So this basic game loop of do battle, get items, sell items is something that we want players to focus on at first. So that way you learn a very basic slice of the game. And at some point you're like, oh man, I'm clicking repeat battle a lot. Like, what do I do about this? And that's when you eventually realize there are other signs in town. You have a buildings button up here. This will turn green when you get enough money. And I'll just fake grant all money right now. But you build your town hall. You see your very first perk is auto battling. You get that. You turn this on. So now your characters will just automatically fight. And yeah, then slowly build your way up to beating the first boss, getting the farm, etc. Okay, so when you level up, it should unlock that section of the UI, but only for the character that leveled up. I don't think that's what happened now, but I'm not sure. Let's make the cost of this thing sludge cost. Let's make the cost 0 and get rid of this maybe. We can't do that. Well, we can make the cost 0. Yeah. It's a whole separate topic that needs attention and a bullet point is well placed. Yeah, and a lot of this too, like you can do whatever you think is fun or clear and then find out that it's not. And then it's just back to the drawing board. So I don't think it's worth trying to do too much in a particular direction without finding out that people are having a problem with it. Basically, imagine if you read this and it said like an alien language. You literally couldn't understand it. Would it have a huge impact on your gameplay? Probably not. Probably you'd still find a way to build the farm. And then you'd eventually come back here and it would look like, well, there'd be skills there, I guess, which is what we're about to test right now. So save this, go over here, click level up. So that does not actually unlock your skills. That's our problem. What have I done so far here? Just change some text? Yeah. Hey, Darth Maul. I wonder if I should just alias that. Tadao to today. I'll see if other people type it. All right. Where does that stuff show up? Reach level 2 to unlock your skills. Unlock skills button. I remember where this is. There's a visibility controller in here. Well, quests were already in the game, but revamping them so that now they give you workers instead of stats. And that's already been done. We did that this morning. Adventurer, panel, tab, visible. Yeah, this thing. So this is set skill table unlocked. And this is based on something that is not correct. You have no way of leveling up before you beat the first boss, right? Yeah. This is not how this should work. Level of guidance also depends on your target audience. I gotta say, I don't know if that's true. I think regardless of your target audience, I think you still need to guide people in kind of the same way. Fishman, thanks for the sub. Welcome in. Are you releasing this on stream? I think you might mean on Steam. I was wondering if you had any idea on price yet. Yeah, check this out. Yeah, welcome in, Fishman. Following since 2018, 0 messages typed. Love to see lurkers sometimes. By the way, that's not a jab or anything. I find that funny, that's all. Not trying to pull people out of lurking. Okay, so this doesn't happen on loading the game from save. This happens on selecting an adventurer. So we actually don't care how many unique elites you defeated here. Do we have any other calls to that thing? Let's take a look. On character selected. Update unlock button. Set skill table unlocked is based on whether you've ever had skill points. Which is pretty much just, is their level greater than 0 or greater than 1? So add the component dot level is greater than 1. Easy. Easy. Yeah, cool. That'll do it. Let's try it out. So what I'm specifically trying to test here is, can the rogue see their skills, but the mage cannot? Because that's how it should be. So right now, the rogue cannot see them, But if I click this button, they should show up. And now I go hire the mage and they should not show up. Yes, but then if I save and load, because of how I hacked in a skill point, it shouldn't show up for either of these. But then I click level up, and now it does show up even if I save and load. Yeah, and if I click level up over here, it should show up for the mage even when I load again. Yeah, perfect. Nice, nice, nice. And if I spend all my points, it should still show up. That's why I checked level and not skill points or anything. Yeah, nice. Would have thought more since the amount of work you and your team are putting in. Yeah, that's the unfortunate things about games. People have, I mean, myself included, I've kind of skewed pricing expectations in mind. It's like you'll happily pay, what, $12+ to see a movie in the theater. And that's at most 2.5 hours of entertainment, let's say. And yet you can play a game for $3 and get 40 hours of entertainment and be like, this wasn't a very good game. That's a waste of money. It's messed up. How much are you planning to sell for? About $10. I've been taking feedback though, and if you take a look at this, where are the responses? Here we go. Take a look at this. I will copy this so it's a little bit larger. Actually, before I forget, let's close this tab. Yeah, so I asked people who have played the demo, and most of these people liked the game. Hey, how much would you pay for the game, assuming it was just like an expansion of what you saw here? And most people said less than $10. Granted, a decent amount, this red portion here, about 40%, said 10 to 14. But no one who played the game is willing to pay more than $50 for it. Not a single person. 10 is too much, but when it's 15 and goes on sale, well, that's what we'd probably do. We'd probably have it so that the average price across most of its lifetime is $10 and maybe make it look like it's 14 or 15. Because yes, people like sales. I would not happily pay that much. Yeah. But you know what I mean? The general populace probably still goes and sees movies. Actually, is that even true anymore? I wonder if that's true. How many people go to the movies every year? Movie going frequency. In 2017, about 264 million people in the US and Canada aged 2 and over went to the movies at least once. US and Canada, and that was 8 years ago. Well, I'm done researching this. I don't know the last time I went to the movies. I think for Dune 2. Yeah, when was that? Dune 2. It just says 2024 on IMDb. I don't know if there's a way to find the exact date on here. And again, I don't feel like doing any more searches. So that's it. 2024. That was the last time. Kind of wild how expensive it is to make a game versus the cost. Yeah, and part of this is it's just the monetization of the gaming industry has changed a ton. We're very heavily into microtransactions and subscriptions nowadays. And they just didn't really exist in the 90s. Then they started to exist for MMOs. And then microtransactions. Actually, when did microtransactions start? I wonder if it was more with, I feel like it was more of a mobile thing, but maybe it started on PC. You haven't seen any Marvel movies? I've seen Marvel movies. I just haven't seen any in the past probably few years. Endgame is, what is Endgame? Is that a Marvel movie? Endgame, 2006. Wow. Nice and easy date night, so I think I go a few times a year. I think what I've learned is if I don't like a movie, I really don't like a movie, and then I feel trapped in the theater. So my wife does want to go to the movies maybe slightly more frequently than I do. But I was like, it better be a good one. Only for the kids. I hate the movies. Hey Matt, how do you feel about kids movies nowadays? Do you like them? Because I remember when I was a kid watching movies that I was like, I'd probably like this as an adult still. But then there were some movies that I thought were definitely just aimed at kids. Like it wasn't like let's try to include the parents. It's like this one's just for kids. Yeah, game for 10, not on my watch. Yeah, this does happen though. It's not uncommon for people in the U.S. at least to pay like $3 to $6 for a coffee pretty much every single day, and yet some of those people would not spend $3 to $6 on a game or would think twice about it. Hey, wing out. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion had microtransactions. Really? Wasn't it an offline game? I guess what started this is probably DLC. DLC was more common than microtransactions at one point. And that made sense. You were paying for more content. But then at some point it was like pay for content. Yeah, this was 2006, I guess. Oh, what just happened? What's going on right now? Why is this stealing the focus repeatedly? I want to read chat. What did just happen there? Huh. Remember checking my phone a few times. The last movie I remember being hyped about and being incredibly disappointed by was Matrix Resurrections. God, what a letdown that was. I still think The Matrix is my number one favorite movie of all time, and I still like the original trilogy. And I know some people are like, well, the first movie's good, but not the other two. No, I liked all three. And to watch the fourth and be like, what am I watching right now? I was so disappointed. I think they're far more ADHD than they used to be, but we had some serious stinkers. Kids are allowed to have their own nostalgia and stuff to enjoy without it pleasing me. Yeah, they are. But if you're forced to watch with them, and if that's the only time you ever go to the movies, it's nice to at least be able to enjoy too. Need to invent games that deliver. Hang on one second. That deliver caffeine. Hey, you never know with VR. You get a little pinprick right through your cheek. There's 100 milligrams of caffeine. For $250, you could buy horse armor. Oh my god, yeah, horse armor. I remember people joking about this. All the Matrices were amazing. Wait, even the fourth one? Is it just trying to be different if you say Matrix 2 and 3 are bad? No, I think a lot of people were genuinely disappointed by them. But I do think they were good movies. Yeah, the fourth was not a good movie. I think the fourth was like a meta commentary on getting studios to overproduce a franchise, and that the Wachowskis felt like, yeah, we're not going to participate in this, or if we are, it's going to be a statement. And it's like, look, you can make a statement, but not in my hit movie franchise that I want to watch. Make a statement some other way that I don't care about. I want The Matrix 4 to be a good movie. Okay, let's reverse this. Okay, that was actually pretty easy. So what we do now is only show the skill table. Handle showing skill table differently. It used to be based on having beaten an elite monster, but now it's just based on whether you've leveled up before. As such, it may be showing for one adventurer, but not another. Yeah. CGI was whack for 2 and 3. I think it was still pretty good. I've watched the whole trilogy a bunch of times, and I still like it. I think the only other trilogy that's even close in quality, and actually probably exceeds in quality for an overall trilogy, is Lord of the Rings. Those movies are fantastic. Those are way up there. All right, so we did this. Have to delete the end of demo reward. Have to figure out proper sludge cost. Now do The Hobbit. I didn't watch The Hobbit. I got about 20 minutes in and I was bored, so I stopped watching. But I should probably give him another shot. Your dad was an orc? One of the orcs with lines? Also, welcome in Matt Bird's Quest. I know someone in real life whose last name is Anderson. And every time I refer to him to my wife, I always say it in the same voice. Like, are we gonna go hang out with Mr. Anderson? He has never heard me say this because he's probably heard that from other people a bunch of times. Okay, so this is basically done. We're pretty much finished with the issue. We just need to do the we need to do this at least. I was personally offended by The Hobbit. I remember loving the book, but I then heard that the book was turning into 3 movies, and now since then it has turned into 3 movies, and I just thought that's too much. Abby. No, scratchy the chair. It's a very expensive chair, girl. You want to come up here? Good job, Abby. Good job. Went to a cricket game that my dad was at and got the crowd to stomp, yell, make angry grunts. Read Orcish off the big screen. That's super cool. It was epic. Movies were in the books. You would say, Mr. Anderson? I can't so. Okay, you want to figure out sludge cost with me? So we have 19 level ups in the game. We need to figure out the sludge costs for these. And you only have the farm at first. And we should probably plan on you only having a few crops. So maybe the first level ups cost, say, like 10 sludge. Now let's do this. Level up costs. These are, I can't press the A key. The cat. She's blocking my finger. These are the costs in Wisdom Sludge to level up your adventurers. Oh, we have the unlock cost. Yeah, okay. All right, so level cost. We said 10 at first. That's to get to level 2. So we need 19 entries in this list. And you're going to eventually upgrade the farm. And we need to make sure that the upgrade of the farm is kind of timed with when we want you to get to the next level. Although it's only going to increase the rate at which you get food. You will always get food. This is where playtesting is going to be very important for this stuff. Anyway, that's a cool story, Matt. Bird's Quest. Very unique. All right, cat. Yes, I will pet your head. I'm trying to test this. Okay. Yeah, so they planted some seeds. This is worth 8 sludge. You'll get the fishing pond after the next boss, but you need to level up to beat the second boss. Yeah, we probably want you to be a level 4 so you understand how this stuff works. I don't know. I think playtesting is going to reveal a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I think we just scale this up by quite a lot. All right, well, let's come up with some numbers, and if it's too hard, then it's too hard. So 50, then yeah, 100. Let's just do whatever it's suggested. Not going up to 20,000, that's pretty ridiculous. 10, 50, 100. So they're going to scale up pretty rapidly, and then each level should probably taper off a bit. Because this is to get to level 4. Then you can unlock the fishing pond. So actually having it jump again is probably fine. But then I think it should go up pretty slowly. So like 250, 300, 350, those numbers. All right, so how many do we have so far? 3, 6, 9, 10. So we need 9 more. 550, 600, 650, 700. All right, now 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, something like that. Do we have 19 values in this list? 19 selections. Yeah, cool. Okay, this cat will not stop licking my hand. It's time that I show the Abby photo. Was born in Rivendell. You've definitely put some thought into this. That was interesting. You went from Shire to Mordor. Would you went the other way? Feels a better journey. Maybe better journey in real life, but I'm pretty sure if you started out in Mordor, you'd be dead now. Just a hunch. Okay, this is very easy for us to figure out here. We need to go into Adventurer pane and search for the 5 and change this to game constants dot level up cost for the level before that. Yeah. Then we need our validator that we have somewhere to validate some constants. Did we delete that? Where'd that go? Validate game constants. No, here it is. Okay, so if not, I guess if game constants dot max adventurer level is not equal to game constants dot adventurer. Wait, what did I call this? Level up cost? If this -1 is not equal to this, then the number of level cost must be 1 less than the max adventurer level. Constant value should appear on the other side. Invert. Wait, what? Did it even invert anything? Weird. That's my keyboard doing that. What time is it? The cat's already meowing. 2:30. Talk about needy. We played with her for so long last night, and she's been in this habit lately of right before she falls asleep that she like really wants to expend a ton of energy. And it's very cute to watch. Constant minus constant equals 1. Yeah, we could do that. I think I like this way. This should just work. It won't print out the sludge values anywhere. So to test this is going to be a little bit difficult, but let's try it out. It complained because I had a something -1 is equal to a constant, and I wanted constant is equal to something -1. I bet that stems from a very old coding style that came from C, where if you accidentally did something like this, this would always be true. And people wouldn't expect this, and it's not technically a compilation error. What you're doing is you're assigning to C and then checking the result of that, which will always be 1. So you're always going to check into this. So if you were to do it this way, if you were to say 1 equals C, you'd realize, oh, I made a mistake here. So that's probably where that came from, putting the constant on the left side, because that way you'd avoid that error. But in C# it doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does make sense, and it would just be found as an error anyway. Actually, not sure what happens when you try to do that in C#. Let's find out. If I equals 1. Oh, that is valid. And nothing says that this is erroneous? Or maybe the linter just broke on me? I don't know. All right, well, we said we'd test this, so let's go test this. Load a saved game. Oh, we have no idea how much sludge we have if we do that. Apparently 0. But let's go load up the save file anyway. Wisdom Sludge. Yeah, 0. Okay, so that means if we try to hit level up, it's not going to do anything. Oh, our adventure's already level 2, so it especially won't do anything. But even clicking here, it does nothing. Now we need to get 10 sludge, which means bringing enough potions here. Speed this up. That'll give us 8. And then this will get us to 10. There. So now we can level up once, but not again until we get 50. So we do this. That is worth 50 right there. So now we speed this up. And then we hit level up again. Yeah, that worked. Okay, cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's probably working. We'll find out more when we get to the balance passes. We might even be able to start that process on Friday. very sludge costs to level up. It was hard coded to 5 before this just for testing. All right, now I have to delete end of demo reward. Yeah, this thing is tedious to say the least. We had to do quite a lot of hacks to get this working, but it's this thing right here. End of demo reward. Oh, come on. Let me show this. Yeah, so it said grants 4 skill points to each of your adventurers. This is just a perk for the demo since there isn't enough content to be able to naturally get to the max level. Actually, now that I think about it, you probably still can't get to the max level, but you can go beyond level 3 at least. So I think we should probably delete this. I do wonder if we should replace this. Like, we have the trophy right there. What if we replace this with something that just said like pointless trophy and it just costs 5,000 and it says this does nothing but proves that you are very rich? Should we do that? I don't think so. I think people want to actually max their town. I can't reach the camera. It's too far away. There we go. I wonder if I can make that go away if I do this. Yeah, sort of. It's good enough. Yeah, so the only real question I have here is do we have some nonsensical I am rich perk? Like, it doesn't do anything. I guess I should say pointless. You should do it. It's like 100% achievement. I think I want there to be some effect, though. What would that effect be, though? This is the classic problem with wanting endgame content. Is your game fuels your end game. So then you do the end game, and what does that fuel? And people are like, well, more end game. You just keep progressing. Every game is infinite. There should always be more bosses and more whatever to do. So if we do give you a reward from this, then it can't be anything too flashy. I kind of like what Super Mario 64 did. They gave you a special looking triple jump, but you already had a triple jump. I think it made you bounce at the end too, but I don't think that had any functional purpose. But yeah, that was pretty cool. A chef hat? Well, the chef slime is going to have a chef hat eventually. Golden garden gnome? You just put a garden gnome in your town? Golden bones. All right, for now, how about this? We'll turn it into a trophy, but we won't actually have it do anything just yet. Convert this into an I am rich. No, actually, I don't like that idea. It's more for new players to read. I think we're going to delete it. Yeah, I might add one in the future. Maybe there is something that says Golden Garden Gnome, and you recognize it's kind of a joke. But for now, I think I'm going to delete it. All right, so move the icon to unused. Okay. Ability ID. This is end of demo. Grant skill points. So all of this stuff's going to go away. Let's reload this. You know, CGI paradox. These philosophers and their CGI. Why can't they just shoot arrows like the rest of us? All right, this whole thing's gonna get deleted. And star formation needs to be moved somewhere else. It's not even called star formation anymore. Yeah, we should definitely delete this. All icon data, star formation. So it's in ability icons. Yeah, we're going to move that. I don't know why I just searched for that because I have to do it over here anyway. Is there a right click move to somewhere? Move, duplicate to? Oh my God. I did not know this existed. This is so much easier. Oh man. I'm glad I looked for it. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're deleting all of this? Yeah, we're deleting all of this. Okay, anything else? Delete this. And delete this. Player ability to change level. We don't even need this here anymore. All right, let's try that out. Okay, let's unlock the town hall. And yeah, now we have 8 perks, which is not a pleasing pattern. 3, 3, and 2. Nah, what are you gonna do? And that's it, right? We don't need to do anything else. That's pretty much it. Why did this get out? Oh, yeah. UID files. Add UID file. All right, the thing we actually set out to do here, though, is get rid of the end of demo skill point reward. We could have still had this give you a bunch of skill points, but I don't think that's all that interesting. Get rid of end of demo perk. The one for +4 skill points. All right, let's fill out the journal. I want to publish this branch. Super productive day. Finished revamping quests and got through a lot of the adventurer progression other than the UI. Did we do anything else? I think it was mostly that. It's been like 6 hours of productive work. I find that 6 hours is roughly the amount of time I can do in a semi-contiguous block for a day. Like, yeah, I usually take a longer lunch break than I did today. Today was only 15 minutes, but even on days where I take an hour lunch break, 6 hours is when I'm like, that's the limit. Then I have to wait a few hours, have dinner, can maybe do some more stuff. I don't usually stream at that point though. Yeah, so for those who want to see the progress from today, we changed the tavern so that instead of offering you stat rewards, you're now offered a new worker joining your workforce. So you still have to complete them the same way. So if I just grant a bunch of workers here and they get some potions and put them in, they're going to walk these over here. Nope, they're not done yet. There. Okay. When we're done, we'll see a new worker pop out of the portal. And there we go. Quest completed. Another skeleton has joined your workforce. So that's the first thing we did. And the second thing we did is make it so that adventurers now have a little level icon. And you can level them up using Sludge, which we don't have in this save file. And they also show their level icons over here too, along with their life bar. And I know when I sum it up like that, it doesn't seem like a lot. Oh, and we also deleted the Explorer from the game. There used to be a thing up here, and that's now gone. Yeah. Yeah, this has been great though. So next up, I think on Friday, what we're going to do is start focusing on balance stuff. Localization, polish, yeah. Can't wait to play. Well, like I said, I'm aiming for April 18th. This stuff is pretty much done. We'll do this on Friday too. I'll write this down over here. So Friday. What's the other thing I had here? Oh, journal. Work on balance, question mark. What I would love to do, I want to get one of my friends to play this game ahead of everybody else and give feedback on it. And ideally, it's someone who's already played. And I have a couple of people in mind. But that way I can hear what they think of these new systems, because we've changed so much. I mean, even something like this, just the way you cast spells in the game is now different. You used to have like spell crystals and you'd fill up the crystal with the book that you cast. Now you just open the book, the spell is cast. It lets you know how long it's cast for. And you have upgrades for all this stuff, including auto casting. Yeah, balance will be fun for a little bit, a very little bit. The very first pass I do while balancing, I'm always like, man, it is nice to just sit back and play this game. And then I remember, wait, the reason I'm playing this game is for balance, and balance is really, really hard work. And that kind of saps a little bit of the fun from it. But those first couple times that I'm just kind of tweaking things, I think it's really, really nice. And I think that's kind of one of the problems of being a developer of your own game, even if it's fun, is you kind of always have to have your eye out for what are the bugs I'm seeing, what are the things that balance can change. And either you've gotten it, either it's so raw that you're finding bugs constantly, or it's so polished that you've already played it a million times. So no matter where you are in that spectrum, you're not really having a ton of fun playing your own game, I think. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, the first playthroughs are still enjoyable enough. Um, we'll get into the weeds probably, yeah, starting on Friday with that. But yeah, yeehaw, we're making great progress. For those who haven't heard the news, we're going to be in Next Fest in June. Hopefully, nothing, major problems appear before then. And I'll be on the Twitch front page on April 23rd, which I'll probably announce a little bit beforehand. In fact, maybe I should make like a front page thing. ACOM front page. Adam will be on the front page of Twitch on Wednesday, April 23rd. I'll put 2025 in case people use this months later and wonder what this is about. For his normal stream times, well, for mostly his normal stream times, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. PDT. Yeah. I'll just leave it at that. People will probably wonder things about this, like, what am I doing? And I'm not totally sure yet. Wow. But yeah, what a day. I'm going to just kind of sit here with you all for a little while and just collectively reminisce about the last 6 hours. No, that's not the point. But I just want some like cool off time. It's just intense. I wasn't really slacking. I don't know. I was just doing stuff all day. And I'm happy with the results. The game is looking pretty good. Yeah. Who do you all watch on Tuesdays and Thursdays when I'm not streaming? I'm actually curious about this. Close out of all these things. Game's looking really good. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I'm still at maximum excitement. A lot of you have already heard me say this a bunch of times. I make these Google Forms feedback things to send out to people who play the game. And we got 42 responses. There are some summations at the top here, but then there's a lot of the individual ones, which I can't show in case people share their names. But the individual ones, I read through every single thing that people say. And I tend to keep a rolling list of like, here's all the stuff that people have repeated. Sometimes people say something unique that is still worth doing. But a lot of times you can tell where your errors are by seeing like, wow, 8 people said that they're frustrated by this system. It's probably a frustrating system then, if 8 people felt the need to comment on it. So I'm looking forward to this number being reset to 0 basically and sending out a new form. And yeah, just seeing what do people think? What are they finding rough? Whoever's around. I watch lots of you. Ah, yes, the Kappa is very reassuring. Yeah, I'll go find someone to raid. Remember, if you have not wishlisted the game already, now is the time to do so. Raid channel. Okay, let's see who's online. Same category, English. This person's just barely started their stream. We can probably go raid them. I generally look for low uptime and people I haven't raided already. And yeah, this works. So let's go raid them. Let me go to their channel. Follower or subscriber only chat. I'm kind of surprised it tells you that without asking for confirmation. All right, well, anyway, let's go watch this person. I've never seen him before. I try to find new people in the category and just kind of figure out who's streaming and doing what. Find some cool people that way. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope to see you again on Friday. That's when I'll be streaming next. And we're probably going to start doing balanced stuff. So if you want to see me actually play the game that we've been making for a long time, that's the time to do it. So see ya. Have a good one. Till next time.